beyond the mere counting of years. This celebration signposts the celebration of a legacy. This celebration signposts the celebration of a unique, distinct, and distinguished heritage that has produced hundreds of thousands of graduates, hundreds of thousands of alumni, hundreds of thousands of high-flying professionals who continue to hold their own in different sectors, different strata of our society. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Pro-Chancellor and our Vice-Chancellor who have worked very hard to put together a unique and exciting set of events, we are most delighted to welcome you as we celebrate the heritage of greatness of the University of Ilorin. In the University of Ilorin, academic excellence, moral rectitude meet and culminate in individual greatness. The University of Ilorin, over the last 50 years, has given generations upon generations incremental opportunity to shine and to excel. The University of Ilorin is essentially a knowledge platform. The University of Ilorin is essentially a knowledge industry. The University of Ilorin is a university, a platform that gives young people the wings to fly. It is a platform that makes young people, helps them to make their dreams and expectations to come to reality. When young people come to the University of Ilorin, like many of the alumni who are here seated today to celebrate the Alumni Day, when young people come to the University of Ilorin, many times they have nothing. At times they even have nothing in their pockets. But all of them usually come with a dream to become a high-flying professional, a dream to make impact on their world. And the University of Ilorin, after 3, after 4, after 5, after 6, at times after 7 years, the University of Ilorin imbues them with that capacity to take on their world, imbues them with that ability, wings to fly. It imbues them with that tenacity to make impact on their world and to impact their generation. Ladies and gentlemen, on a day like this, internal members are gathered, friends of the university are gathered, and because today is the Alumni Day, which will feature Alumni Colloquium and will also feature presentation of awards to high-flying distinguished alumni who have taken the name of University of Ilorin to the world, who have localized and then have globalized the name of the Better by Far University and turned our university into a global brand that is sought after far and near, within and outside the shores of this nation. Over the last 15, 16, 17 years, the University of Ilorin has remained the most sought after university for undergraduate and postgraduate admission in this nation. And this is a testament, is a testimony to the stability that the University of Ilorin has achieved. This is a testament to the outstanding ecosystem that the University of Ilorin has become. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, because the program will start shortly, I want to appeal that we all please take our seats and maintain silence because the dignitaries are around and the program will soon start. It is my pleasure as we await the entry, the grand entry of our Pro-Chancellor, the Vice-Chancellor, and other members of the management team of the university. It's my pleasure to do initial recognitions and introductions of the distinguished men and women who are here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to welcome the Provost of the College of Earth Sciences, University of Ilorin, and the Chairman Committee of Provosts and Deans, Professor S.B. Alabi. I'm also glad to welcome, by extension, all our deans who are here seated, all directors who are here seated, all professors of the University of Ilorin who are here seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today's event will also feature an award ceremony, as I mentioned earlier. Distinguished alumni who have published the name of the University of Ilorin far and wide are seated here. Because the University of Ilorin does more than to give people education. The University of Ilorin shapes the minds of young people. the University of Ilorin helps young people, creates a path to glory for young people. And already alumni who have achieved this glory are here seated, and they'll be specially recognized with special awards today. Some of them are seated already. Initial recognitions will include Honorable Abayomi Sheba. Please, a round of applause for him to welcome him. He will be properly presented to the House later. Professor Moritala Awodun, former chairman, Kwara State Internal Revenue Service, and a distinguished alumnus of this great institution. Please, a round of applause to welcome Professor Awodun. I'm also glad to welcome Dr. Tunde Olusunle, the man with the golden pen, the man who fights with the pen. A round of applause to welcome him. Your writings have shaped character. Your writings have shaped our nation. You're a unique ambassador of this great institution. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also glad to welcome another of our awardees, Dr. Adedamola Dada, the immediate past medical director of the Federal Medical Center, Ebute Metta, Lagos. Dr. Adedamola Dada is a transformative health leader. Please wave to the crowd. Let us receive you properly. A round of applause to welcome him. He will be invited upstage in a short while as one of the speakers in the first colloquium. Thank you very much. Shall we also in unison sing the Unilorin anthem? For the alma mater. Thank you very much. We may have our seats. Today is the Unilorin Alumni Colloquium, and it will feature colloquia, awards, and the presentation and launching of important alumni projects. It is my pleasure to welcome the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council of the University of Ilorin, His Excellency Surveyor Abiodun Jacob Aluko. A round of applause to welcome him. Surveyor Abiodun Jacob Aluko is a former Deputy Governor of Ekiti State. It is also my pleasure to welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor Wahab Olashupo Egbewole, SAN, FCI, ARB. A round of applause to welcome him. It is also my pleasure, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to welcome to this occasion one of our most outstanding alumni, His Excellency, the immediate past Executive Governor of Kwara State, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Abdul Fattah Ahmed. A round of applause to welcome him. Dr. Abdul Fattah Ahmed bears the unique distinction of the first alumnus of the University of Ilorin to ever be elected governor of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So he's a waymaker, he's a gate opener, he's a mentor to many, and we know many will still follow him. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to welcome the chairman of this occasion. Please welcome with me Senator Abdul Fattah Omotayo Buhari. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite up stage panelists at the first colloquium, one of whom is already seated, His Excellency Dr. Abdul Fattah Ahmed. I want to invite to join him upstage the two other panelists at the first colloquium. Please welcome with me Ambassador Dr. Mrs. Mimota Anilola Akombi, former Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to the Republic of Netherlands. I want to also welcome that medical titan and juggernaut Dr. Adedamola Dada, former Medical Director of the Federal Medical Center, Ebute Metta. Thank you very much for taking your seat elegantly on the podium. Other panelists will come up to take their place elegantly on the high table. I'm glad to welcome that amazing couple as they climb already, Professor Olufemi and Professor Irene Duro-Saro. It's a unique and distinguished professorial couple. Please come up to the high table, sir and ma'am. I also want to welcome to the high table speakers at the Reminiscences Colloquium, Mr. Tunde Olaoye, Professor Zaid Ademola Aderolu. Please welcome them with a warm ovation. Let's make them feel warm in the typical Unilorin fashion and tradition of hospitality. I'm also glad to welcome Dr. Mutiu Agboke as he steps up to the podium as one of those who will be reminiscing on the beautiful days and the beautiful times they had in the University of Ilorin. And as these distinguished men and women ascend the high table, of course, they pay their respect to His Excellency Governor Abdul Fattah Ahmed and His Excellency Surveyor Abiodun Jacob Aluko. Thank you very much. I want to also announce that if you are sitting on a seat that is tagged, kindly look at the tag. And if that tag does not apply to you, they are reserved for some of the Royal Highnesses and other distinguished guests. Kindly morph into the general body of the auditorium so that we have a very beautiful ceremony. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, another of our reminiscing speakers today will be Professor Adegboyega Adisafawole, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Management Services of the Better by Far University and the Global President of the University of Ilorin Medical Graduates Alumni Association. Thank you very much. Then I'm also glad to welcome one of the former international students of the University of Ilorin, now a highly successful medical practitioner, Professor Philip Egbe. Professor Philip Egbe should please come up majestically. Professor Philip Egbe represents one of the unique features of the University of Ilorin, which is open-hearted and warm reception of international students. And that is why education in the University of Ilorin always carries both a local flavor and an international flavor. Ladies and gentlemen, members of top management of our university are here. It's my pleasure to welcome and recognize especially the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Mrs. Taibat Odunola Bakari. A round of applause to welcome her. A round of applause to also welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research, Technology and Innovation, Professor Mutar Adeza Etudaye. You're most welcome, sir. I'm also glad to welcome our registrar and secretary to the governing council of the University of Ilorin, Barrister Mansour Adeleke Afanla. A round of applause to welcome him. And I'm glad to also welcome our university buzzer. Our university buzzer, Mr. Abiodun Yamos, Mr. Abiodun Lawal. You're most welcome, sir. While I also welcome the man in custody of all the books that turn us to outstanding alumni, the university librarian. Please welcome with me Professor Kamadi Tunde Omokupa. And sitting right next to him is the provost of the College of Health Sciences and chairman committee of provosts and deans. Please welcome with me Professor Biodun Suleiman Alabi. You are most welcome, sir. As I said earlier, members of our university council are here seated, and as soon as they have their list, they will be recognized one by one.
We'd like to have a welcome address by the President, Unilorin Alumni Association, Professor Abdurazak Olubuse Kilani. You're welcome, sir.
The chairman of this occasion, the distinguished Senator Fatai Buhari CON, the Pro-Chancellor of University of Ilorin, and our father, Sophia Jacob Baduko, our Vice Chancellor, University of Ilorin, Professor Wahab Egbewole, SCN, His Excellency, the former Governor of Kwara State, Governor Fatai Ahmed, Principal Officers of University of Ilorin, Chairman Unilorin 50th Anniversary Celebration, Professor Mokolu, the National Officers of Unilorin Alumni, the Organizing Committee of Unilorin at 50th Anniversary Celebration, distinguished speakers, Unilorin Ambassador, distinguished guests, staff of University of Ilorin, fellow alumni, students, friends of University of Ilorin, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense joy and profound pride that I welcome you all to this special Alumni Day as part of the program to mark the 50th anniversary celebration of our beloved University of Ilorin. This Golden Jubilee milestone is a celebration of excellence, resilience, innovation, and the university's impressive journey since inception in 1975. The past 5 decades of University of Ilorin existence means so many things to different people, from the luxurious life of mini campus and to the stories of the permanent site. We are here to celebrate our collective achievement as alumni and ambassador of University of Ilorin. Alumni associations play crucial roles in the development and success of the alma mater by providing support, network opportunities, and enhancing the student reputation. We charge ourselves to do more in networking, mentorship, which are hallmark of alumni globally. We must rededicate ourselves to serve as mentors to the current students, providing guidance and support as they navigate their educational careers path. Let's do more to offer valuable insight into industry trends and help the student build professional network that lead to internship and job placement. The Alumni Association and University of Ilorin need your support in fundraising and financial support for scholarship, research initiative, and campus improvement in order to enhance overall educational experience. The University of Ilorin Alumni Association wants to collaborate with members globally to provide feedback program in order to help our alma mater to align our programs of the university with the need of the job market. We hope to organize a program tagged Employable Me in the year 2026 for our students on campus, and we need your support and collaboration. As an alumni association of a globally recognized university, we are building a male hostel to add to the existing alumni female hostel. And we also want your support to support the university in hospitality infrastructure, by having an able guest house or hotel to complement the existing researchers lodge of the University of Ilorin. We need your partnership to deliver this project. We are all global ambassadors of University of Ilorin. University of Ilorin is a good product, and we must continue to enhance the reputation of the university locally and globally. There is no gainsaying the fact that our achievement as ambassadors reflect positively on our alma mater by practicing prospective students, by attracting professor students, and increasing our feasibility of the University of Ilorin. Let's make it a duty to visit our department and faculty to witness the giant strides that have been recorded since our graduation from the university. I came in as in 1982, matric number 823728, admitted by Professor Falabi Toye, graduated by Professor Adeni in 1986. So we need to go back to our various departments and faculty and see how we can complement the university management in the core mandate of university business. Thank you all, and you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's the 50th anniversary. And there is a committee in place that actually puts all of this together. And we are, now inviting the chairman, 50th anniversary committee, Professor Lubenga Ayodeji Mogulu.
Thank you very much, the MC, the Pro-Chancellor, sir, the Vice-Chancellor, the Chairman of today's occasion, Your Excellencies here present, panelists, distinguished awardees, our deans and directors, ladies and gentlemen. Let me simply keep the protocol short and to say that our business this morning is to extend to you a golden welcome. The University of Ilorin is 50, and we are grateful for your presence. The people that we have invited here today has honored our invitation, and it has been a mark of commitment to this great institution. So we are grateful to you all for coming. In particular, we want to extend our truly warm, heartfelt gratitude to the chairman of today's occasion, who is also an alumnus, to all our panelists, and every one of them has the University of Ilorin in their vein. All our awardees also, we are very grateful to you all. As we mark these 50 years, we hope that in the course of today, there are many speeches, so I will not be speaking so much. In the course of today, there are a lot that is going to be said. There are secrets that will be revealed. There will be stories unheard before that we are going to be hearing today. And I just welcome you to the voyage of the Alumni Day celebration. It has been a very hectic week for us, and every day has been a very challenging day. But we thank God for strength, and we want to appreciate God for the committee that has been put together and who had worked tirelessly to make this event a reality. So once again, I want to extend to us this very, very golden welcome. Enjoy the program today. Those who have not been on campus for quite a while, please enjoy the campus. Those who only knew the mini campus of Unilorin, now enjoy and see how Unilorin has thrived over this expanse of land. We welcome our international visitors. We appreciate you all also for coming all the way. As the journey continues, I want to wish us a very eventful and memorable Alumni Day. Thank you all for coming, and God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And next, ladies and gentlemen, the Golden Vice Chancellor. You're not happy. Our distinguished Vice Chancellor, Professor Wahab Olasupo Egbewale, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, FSPSP, FNOA, FNIPR. You are very much welcome, Mr. Vice Chancellor.
Your Excellency, former Governor of Kwara State, Dr. Abdul Fattah Ahmed, Your Excellency, the Chairman and Pro-Chancellor of our great university, Surveyor Abiodun Jacob Aluko, Your Excellency, former Ambassador of Nigeria to Netherlands, Dr. Nimata Akambi, the chairman of this occasion, distinguished Senator Dr. Abdul Fattah Omotayo Buhari, former Vice Chancellors here present. I can see the former Vice Chancellor of University of Ofa, and former Deputy Vice Chancellor of our university, Professor Abdurrahim Adebayo Lawal. Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Muji Taibat Bakari Odunola. Deputy Vice Chancellor of Management Services, Professor Adegboyega Adisa Fawole. Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Technology and Innovation, Professor Mokhtar Adeza Etudaye. The Registrar, Mr. Mansour Adeleke Afanla. The Bursar, Mr. Abiodun Lawal. The University Librarian, Professor Kamaldeen Tunde Omokupa. My employers, distinguished members of the Governing Council, former principal officers of our university are present, the provost of the College of Health Sciences, Professor Biodun Sulaiman Alabi, the Dean, Postgraduate School, Acting Dean, Student Affairs, Deans of various faculties, distinguished members of Senate of this great university, the National President of the Unilorin Alumni Association, Professor Abdurazak Olubuse Kelani, former National Presidents of Unilorin Alumni Association. I can see Professor Femi Durosaro and my sister, Professor Uduaye. Our guest speakers, honorees of today, I recognize Professor J.F. Olorunfemi, the initiator of Better by Far. Dr. Joe Odumake, Dr. Olusunle, a patriot and a passionate alumnus of this great university. Our international partners, I recognize Professor Ede, who is an alumnus and of course a partner of our university. I recognize Professor Sultan from Pakistan. I recognize Professor Kito from Ethiopia. Chairman 50th Anniversary Committee, Professor Lugbenga Odeji Mokolu. Unilorin ambassadors, Unilorin advocates, President, Students' Union, Comrade Idris Adelu. Our university scholars. There's a segment I missed out, and that is the spouses of former principal officers of this university. I can see our mother, Alhaja Abdurrahim. Thank you for coming. Spouses of principal officers that are here, I can see Dr. Mrs. Etudaye, I can see Professor Mrs. Fawole. Thank you for coming. Maybe because my wife is not here today, I didn't see you. Members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm, staff union leaders, ASU, SANU, NASU, and NAT, teaching and non-teaching staff of our university, great Unilorites, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome all of us to this colloquium organized by our Alumni Association to celebrate our 58th anniversary. And my address is titled, "We Shall Build the Tower Unilorin." Today is your celebration. It is our time, and together we honor this great institution. I have chosen to speak briefly on a theme drawn from the creed of our university anthem, "We shall build the tower Unilorin." This 50th anniversary is unique and special in many ways, and we have decided to celebrate it with pomp and fanfare because it's a time of confirmation of our maturity and exemplification of our excellence. From 1975 till date, the stories told and untold, the contributions documented, and those that escaped the pen have shaped us for a moment such as this, a moment of reflection. The sacrifices yet to be rewarded and the vision of our founding fathers call for deep gratitude. I rejoice with you all for being part of this rare historic occasion. Its full meaning will echo more loudly in the years ahead, and when we look back to evaluate what we did to keep the flag flying. Yesterday, I met with the leadership of the Students' Union as part of our efforts to commemorate, to connect with this generation, helping them understand the significance of this celebration and challenging them to own the vision. Many of them, by God's grace, will sit here during the centenary celebration of this university. My charge to them was simple: develop the can-do spirit, embrace the culture of integrity, and uphold the dedication that kept our institution on the global map and made it the envy of so many. They were how to be worthy ambassadors of the Better by Far University. Whenever the story of Unilorin is told, it comes with a unique feeling and a narrative of a truly bonded community. I therefore congratulate you individually and collectively as the pride of our great institution. This 50th anniversary would not have been possible without our students, past and present, who give color to this history. 50 years in the life of any person, let alone an institution, is not to be taken for granted. It calls for a strategic evaluation of where we were, where we are, and where we must be in the next 50 years. We must all make deliberate decisions to change the narratives we no longer want, amplify the strengths that define us, and explore new possibilities, developing great minds, advancing research, and expanding community impact. From a humble beginning, with just about 200 students, we have grown into a mega institution, from 3 faculties to 16, from a few programs to over 100. We have contributed more than 250,000 graduates to the global workforce. These men and women stand tall and are often ranked among the best, frequently referencing the solid foundation they received here. We are proud when our products are exported, when they receive national honors, when they lead industries, shape ideas, and demonstrate innovations that reflect who we are. In recognition of your impact, we introduced the Alumni Awards with categories reflecting our ambassadors. That was only the beginning. For in truth, all Unilorin graduates are ambassadors of this great university. With that inaugural edition, we discovered even more silent achievers in government, academia, oil and gas, and the private sector. Individuals who excel in their corners and embody the values of this institution. We are already preparing for the 2.0 edition in 2026, and the list keeps growing by the day. This is proof that Unilorin is blessed in all its ramifications. Across the world, alumni organizations hold the power to influence the experiences of prospective and current students. This anniversary therefore challenges us to deepen those connections, to give back, to support our processes, to enhance service delivery, and to build an independent, world-class institution that surpasses what we have achieved in the last 50 years. Universities globally are changing their operations and strategies. The conventional dependence on government is fast becoming outdated and insufficient for achieving the lofty visions of modern ivory towers. The implication is clear. Our research, innovations, and institutional drives must go beyond the ordinary. The business can no longer be as usual, especially for a university that has truly come of age. As we chart a path for the next 50 years, our drive for global competitiveness, both in output and sustainability, must be anchored on 4 broad and cardinal objectives, among others, that may arise as occasions demand. 1, create a unified platform for all alumni of the university. Identify, attract, and maximize partnerships that advance the interest of the university. Develop appropriate and acceptable channels for projecting the university's image to the admiration of all. Strengthen internal alignment and sustainable growth. Across the world, alumni associations are not only pressure groups advocating standard delivery and quality control, they are also major stakeholders in adding value to their institutions. Alumni bodies are expected to drive programs that enhance employability, create opportunities, stimulate endowments, and facilitate scholarship and grants for the university, its members, and future graduates. Our current operations must therefore expand to accommodate these expectations. The association should establish platforms that allow us to track every graduate and provide avenues for graduating sets, course-mates, or combined alumni groups to express themselves meaningfully through a properly coordinated national body. This body must interface more deeply with the university to harmonize these efforts and ensure lasting impact. As critical stakeholders, alumni must serve as brand ambassadors, mentors, and sources of financial, intellectual, and moral support. From this anniversary onward, alumni must look inward for ideas and outward for opportunities that can elevate the university in every form. The body must familiarize itself with the university's strategic plans and build bridges, identifying critical partners such as telecommunications firms, research platforms, industries, security agencies, and both local and international institutions that can be mobilized to support our growth. Since Sunday, 23rd November, when the grand finale of this celebration commenced, we have heard inspiring stories of the giants whose sacrifices brought us this far. We stand today on the shoulders of fathers and great men and women whose integrity and commitment hand us the goodwill and stability we enjoy. What more can we do than to raise this institution even higher so that generations yet unborn may read about us with pride at the centenary? It seems far, but it is nearer than we think. As I mentioned at the premiere of The Son of Iron in this auditorium on Monday, We must connect with our roots, communicate our vision clearly, and embrace the power of technology, which now shapes the world. For a people seeking global recognition, we must rise above outdated practices. We must automate, innovate, and redesign our processes to make them faster, easier, affordable, more efficient, and satisfactory in both content and delivery. The grandfather's words to Ogunkunle that having an idea is not enough, one must remain consistent until it is achieved, are timely for us today. Leave it better than you met it, he said. That is my charge this morning. Let us join hands to build the tower, Unilorin, and make it better than we met it. What more can alumni do beyond traditional model? We must move from the traditional alumni approach to an integrated partnership alumni model. By this, I mean alumni must enter into a dynamic, mutually beneficial relationship with the university. Alumni should see themselves as part of the day-to-day life of the institution, serving as reputation and prestige managers, fundraisers and initiators of lifelong projects, mentors of current students, providers of scholarship and sponsorship, volunteers and career guidance advisors, connectors to professional opportunities and global linkages. This integrated model is the future. It is the bridge between where we stand today and the global university we aspire to become. Under my watch, we have started the full automation of our administrative processes, including the issuance of transcripts, a service which had previously posed significant challenges. We have now reduced the processing time to minutes for all graduates in the last 10 years. Our ultimate goal is to generate all transcripts within minutes, simplifying and accelerating the entire workflow. To achieve this, we are establishing a functional innovation hub with a dedicated transcript office, a one-touch solution for all. We are also pursuing self-reliance in the electricity generation, aiming for a 24/7 power supply that will make life more comfortable for our students and staff while providing the stable power required for research and innovation. I encourage you to take a walk around the university to witness the transformation that has occurred over the past decades. What was a jungle 50 years ago now houses lecture theaters, offices, and hostels for tens of thousands of undergraduates and a workforce of over 4,000. Yet, even with these achievements, our existing spaces are becoming inadequate for full student residency, and transportation remains a major challenge, one we are determined to address once and for all. We invited you to this celebration, not only to share in our joy, but to inject into the system sustainable plans for the next 50 years. I am convinced, beyond power adventure, that with the goodwill we enjoy and the caliber of alumni we are blessed with, both within Nigeria and across the globe, all these aspirations are achievable. As I conclude, it is clear to me that destiny has placed me here at this significant moment in the history of our great university, not as an accident, but for a purpose. As I emphasized in my speech upon assuming duty as the 11th Vice Chancellor, together we can achieve more. It will take more than mere gatherings. It will require deliberate, united, and sustained effort for us to build this tower, Unilorin, and to leave it better than we met it. I thank you all for your attention, and I wish us great successes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor. Well, that's what makes us better by far. We always try as much as possible to be ahead. And of course, from the speech of the Vice Chancellor, already we are looking at the centenary celebration. So, University of Ilorin, better by far. Let's appreciate the Vice Chancellor and the management of the university.
Your Excellency, the former governor of Kwara State, my schoolmate, Alhaji Fatai Ahmad. Your Excellency, Ambassador Nilola Kabi, the Vice Chancellor, the Pro-Chancellor and the Vice-Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here today. Exactly 40 years ago, we passed out from this university. Myself and the former governor, we were here together and we passed out together. Funny enough, when we were here, we have only three or four blocks of classroom, and we were discussing this morning when I told him my room at that time was B14, and he also remember his room that he say is E21 or something like that. You cannot see Unilorin, the greatest thing you have achieved, and then which we are proud of, is you maintain the third line. If you look at our item, the third line will tell you, in unity we grow. Anywhere you go and somebody identify you that you are from Ilorin and is also from Ilorin, they never hide it. 2 incidents happened to me. I went to police station in Ibadan. I needed some police for some things, so I went there and I said, I want to see the commissioner. When I entered, I was discussing with the commissioner. I noticed the man was not listening, he was just laughing. So I was just wondering, what is happening? So when I finished my talk, I said, Senior Buhari, the first thing that came to my mind was that my secondary school mate. But I didn't school in Nigeria, I school in Ghana. So it can't be, we don't use senior in the university. And he was the commissioner of police. I didn't recognize him. He was my junior in University of Ilorin. He's now the DIG. Amzat, serving DIG. And I told me the story. And then in most cases, junior always recognizes their senior. It's just a standard thing. And then we will also know our senior. And I asked him some few questions. I was impressed because if not because of the bond of Unilorin, I didn't know him. He can as well hide and do his duty. And I say, distinguished, I felt so happy. Adibin is not my alma mater. Probably that quick service I got, I might not get it. So whenever you are in school or you are doing something to your school, remember you are only investing in yourself, and which definitely you get the dividend after some years to come. 45 years or 46 years ago when we came in, only 100 students, only 100 level students, including myself and my colleague. The thing that when I was sitting there, the only thing that was going through my mind that, oh God, Allah, we didn't know this will happen to us. 2 times governor, commissioner. I was also a commissioner. I'm now a serving senator, 4 times in the National Assembly. And this is the school that produced us. So we are very grateful to Allah. We are very grateful to this school. That people, when you put in your effort, and then there's a platform. The platform Allah gave us to excel is Unilorin, apart from other secondary school we got. Because where you have your first degree is the basic platform. Other masters, PhDs, because somebody has already trained you. That's why you can't be something or nothing. I'm appealing to the student, the present student. Your education is no joke. Hold it very well. Hold it tight. The Vice Chancellor, when he was talking, he said 50 years to come. We may not be here at that time, Allah knows. But history will be there to tell other people that will be there, that some people too have passed through this stage in life. So be determined, be focused, know what you are doing. Where you will be tomorrow, nobody knows. 40 years ago, when we were living here, we didn't know one day we will come here. I'll be coming as a chairman of an alumnus. Anytime you see, about a month ago, Dr. Tunde is here. He came to my office. When he came to my office, He now said, I need to do something with you. I said, what? He said, let's take picture. I said, I believe me. We took picture. The next thing I see, it was more than 9 people sent it to me. He put it on all platforms that this is my classmate, this is my schoolmates. That alone gives you joy. That's where you met when you were a teenager, when you were nobody. And look at where you are today. He is a doctor, is aspiring to be a professor. God willing, you get there. So I'm appealing to every one of us, particularly those of us who are alma mater of this school, that have not done anything for the school. Let's go and think and see what we can do individually, what we can do collectively to help and sustain the growth of the university. Thank you very much.
And let's do the roll call, because if we want to be doing it 1 year after the other, we might not leave this place today. But let's do it decade by decade. So the first decade of the university, who were the people that graduated that time? You graduated before or in 1985. Please rise for recognition, sirs and mass. You see, we have our former national president. We have Dean Postgraduate School. We have the chairman, Unilorin, current chairman, Unilorin Alumni, Professor Adeleke. Please, let's put our hands together for them once again. You're welcome, sirs and ma'ams. Yes, the second decade, those who graduated between 85 and 95. 85 and 95. Whether your first degree, second degree, or your third degree. Wow. Okay. Please let's join, put our hands together one more time for them. We have our university bursar, we have the Provost College of Health Sciences. We have Mr. President also in that decade, Dr. Philip Egbe. Thank you very much. So good to see you. Congratulations. And please be seated. And the third decade, 95 to 2005. Wow. Wow. Amongst them, we have a vice chancellor, deans of various faculties, directors. We have them, deputy registrars, deputy directors, all professors. Thank you very much. Please, let's appreciate them one more time, ladies and gentlemen. And the fourth decade, 2005 to 2015. Don't worry, we have some of them, masters and postgraduate levels. So good to see you. Please be seated. And the fifth decade, 2015 till date. 2015 till date. We have very many of them actually. Because even the last convocation alone, we had how many? So congratulations to all of us on the golden jubilee of this university. A round of applause for University of Ilorin. We are better by far, and we are not resting on our oars. We'll continue to move and move and move until we surpass even the first generation universities. So this is achievable. And this is what this administration is working towards. Once again, we welcome all of you. You are very much welcome. Ayo.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been a beautiful day so far. Elegant alumni are seated who have been flying the flag of our university very, very high in different segments, different sectors of our national life on the continent and globally. You know, when the roll call was being aired, and particularly when the chairman said he was of the 1985 set, in alumni parlance, people in that category, I will not mention His Excellency Governor Abdul Fattah Ahmed, people in that category, like alumni parlance, they are called ancestral seniors. You can't just call them senior. People like me, of 2001 set, we cannot just call them senior. It's ancestral senior. Then those of the decade after them are now the ones who are ancestors. And then it's after the ancestors, you now have the seniors. So those who are here, you can fix yourself. I know where you belong. The acting Dean of Student Affairs is locating himself. Again today, what the chairman forgot to tell us the nickname they used to call him when he was in school. Because this is an alumni. This is an alumni meeting. So we can go uncensored beautifully. And he also did not tell us the nickname of His Excellency, the former governor of Kwara State. I know the acting DSA used to be called Alex Power in his own time. And there's somebody on this podium whom we used to call MOP. That will be disclosed later in the course of this program. That's Dr. Adedamola Dada. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful ceremony, colorful, and it will only get better. To add more verve and vibe to what we are doing so far, it's my pleasure to invite the performing troupe of the Department of Performing Arts to please step forward and give a nice musical interlude. A round of applause to welcome them. They are part of the beauty that University of Ilorin showcases every time. round of applause to appreciate them. Thank you very much. The brass band of the Department of Performing Arts of the University of Ilorin. If you want to see more of this, you have to join us in the evening when we'll have the performance of one of the anniversary plays, which was directed by none other than that juggernaut, Professor Abdurrashid Abiodun Adeoye, the Director of Academic Planning. Join us in the afternoon. The celebration continues. Today is the Alumni Day. Today we celebrate the impact of the University of Ilorin on several generations and generations of our alumni. Ladies and gentlemen, we prepare gradually for the first colloquium. The colloquium will feature presenters from different walks of life. You know, it's just like the alumni WhatsApp groups, the set WhatsApp groups we have these days for the alumni sets, for your secondary school, your primary school. You know, every alumni group, there are certain characteristics of the alumni WhatsApp groups. Every alumni group has a greeter. I don't know if you relate with this. That's the person who on Monday will post emoji, Happy New Week. On Friday, he will post Juma Mubarak. On Sunday, is the one that will post Happy Sunday. Every alumni group has a controversial personality. The one, I don't know if you relate to that. The one that, even when you say ordinary good morning house, his own response will be good morning. What is the price of petrol today in Nigeria? Ladies and gentlemen, we warm up gradually to have the first colloquium featuring presentations by illustrious alumni of the University of Ilorin. It is thus my pleasure to invite for the presentation of the first speaker. The first speaker in this colloquium will be none other than His Excellency Dr. Abdul Fattah Ahmed, former Executive Governor of Kwara State. His citation will be beautifully presented by Ms. Monyoluwa Akanwo. A round of applause to welcome her as she comes forward. Thank you very much. Dr. Abdul Fattah Ahmed, the first alumnus of University of Ilorin to become an elected governor in the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All protocols duly and accurately observed. I would like to humbly ask that the first guest speaker, His Excellency Alhaji Abdul Fattah Ahmed, please be upstanding for his citation. Thank you, sir. His Excellency Alhaji Abdul Fattah Ahmed, the first and only alumnus of the University of Ilorin, so far elected as governor of his state, was born on December 29, 1963 in Share, Ifelodun local government area of Kwara State. He attended Government College Funtua, Katsina State between 1973 and 1978, and the School of Basic Studies of Kwara State College of Technology, now Kwara State Polytechnic, Ilorin, from 1978 to 1980. He was subsequently admitted into the University of Ilorin, where he earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Chemistry in 1986. He followed this up with a Master of Business Administration, MBA, in 1992. His Excellency Alhaji Ahmed served as a lecturer in organic chemistry and later acting head of the Department of Chemistry at the Federal College of Arts and Science, Sokoto State, from 1986 to 1990. He later joined the banking world when he became an assistant manager at District Savings and Loans, Lagos, from 1991 to 1993. In 1993, His Excellency Alhaji Ahmed started work with Guarantee Trust Bank in the Credit and Marketing Unit. In 1998, he moved to the defunct Societe Generale Bank, Nigeria, as a senior manager and group head, consumer banking. Later, he became Public Sector Group for the Northwest region. In June 2003, His Excellency Alhaji Ahmed was appointed Commissioner for Finance and Economic Development at the start of the administration of Dr. Abubakar Bukola Saraki, CON, as Governor of Kwara State. He held the position from 2003 to 2009. He then became the Commissioner of the newly created Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. During this period, His Excellency Alhaji Ahmed was also Treasurer of the Forum of Commissioners of Finance in Nigeria for 6 years, and Chairman Budget Formulation Committee and Economic Team of Kwara State. He was appointed as a member of Board of Directors of the International Aviation College, Ilorin, Chairman of the Millennium Development Goals Implementation Committee, and Chairman of Shonga Farms Holdings Limited. In 2011, Alhaji Ahmed was elected as Governor of Kwara State. He was re-elected in 2015 and held the position till May 2019, following his completion of maximum 2 terms in office. Alhaji Ahmed is happily married and blessed with children. Please put your hands together for His Excellency Alhaji Abdul Fattah Ahmed, former Governor of Kwara State, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وبه نستعين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. Thank you very much. The Pro-Chancellor and Chairman Governing Council, His Excellency Sophia Abiodun Jacob Aluko. The chairman of the occasion, my friend, my brother, my classmate, Senator Dr. Abdul Fattah Omotayo Buhari, Ambassador Dr. Nilola Akambi, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Wahab Olashupo Egbewole SAN, former Vice Chancellors here present, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Management Service, the Deputy Vice Chancellor RTI. May I crave your indulgence to stand on the already established protocol. Wow, Unilorin is 50. It is unbelievable. I remember very well when we came here, it looked like as if a new university was just started, because we were the pioneers of the permanent site. Construction was still going on when we started. Just like the chairman said, very few buildings were available. We had to source for water and sometimes, but the services were excellent in the cafeteria and the laboratories. Looking back, we're happy with what we have seen. Coming home here to talk, I can't have enough time because I always look forward to coming back to give back. Unilorin is one place I'll always be pleased to come back to talk to. I'll crave your indulgence. I have quite a few things to say. I'll try as much as possible to compress it within the limited time that I have. The Vice Chancellor, distinguished members of the Senate and Governing Council, esteemed members of faculty, my fellow alumni, dear students, partners from government and industry, and all friends of the University of Ilorin, good afternoon. I thank the Vice Chancellor and the organizing committee for the privilege of serving as one of the guest speakers at this important alumni colloquium. Your choice of theme, from Unilorin through globalization, is both timely and strategic. As a proud alumnus of this great university, it is an honor and a homecoming to stand before you today. Established in 1975, this institution was founded to cultivate character, disseminate knowledge, and promote national development. As we celebrate this golden jubilee, I speak as an individual whose life was profoundly influenced by this university. All I have achieved in public service, banking, all began here. The lecture halls sharpened my thinking. The libraries broadened my perspective. And this campus transformed me from a questioning student into a professional committed to finding solutions for Kwara State and indeed Nigeria. I know my experience is shared by many here. In this auditorium are doctors, engineers, teachers, scientists, civil servants, chief executives, leaders, activists, researchers, and entrepreneurs. We demonstrate that the impact of this university extends beyond its walls. We are living proof that Unilorin works. Today we reflect with gratitude on 50 years of continuous academic achievement and reaffirm our commitment to future responsibilities. For 5 decades, we maintained uninterrupted academic calendar. We're guided by mentors whose modeled excellence and integrity and thrived in a culture that valued both discipline and discovery. As we celebrate this golden jubilee, let us ensure it marks not only our past accomplishments, but also our dedication to future possibilities. Now we must look forward with clarity and determination to the next 50 years. Our theme, from Unilorin to globalization, presents a challenge. Must we choose between local roots and global stage? We are deeply rooted here, yet we must engage with the rapidly changing world. Our graduates should be prepared not only to compete, but to lead. The key questions are, how do we honor our foundation while embracing transformation? How do we remain authentically Nigerian while meeting international standards? How do we serve our communities while contributing to global scholarship? These are the questions we must answer together. 50 years of discipline and service. Let us take you back briefly to where we began. In 1975, when this university opened its doors, Nigeria was a relatively young nation, still finding its footing. The campus was modest. Resources were limited, but the mission was clear and ambitious: to create an institution defined not by political favor or superficial prestige, but by academic rigor, institutional integrity, and unwavering commitment to character and learning. Over 5 decades, that mission has been fulfilled again and again. While other universities across Nigeria struggle with disruptions, strikes that stretched for months, academic calendars that collapsed under pressure, standards that slipped, Unilorin stood firm. For over 2 decades, we maintained an uninterrupted academic calendar semester after semester. This was not luck. This was sheer leadership. This was a conscious institutional decision to put students first, to honor commitments, and to build public trust brick by brick, year by year. The results speak for themselves. Today, the University of Unilorin stands as one of Nigeria's foremost institutions of higher learning. It consistently ranks among the top universities in the nation, with graduates in demand across various sectors, including hospitals, laboratories, courtrooms and legislatures, politics and governance, boardrooms and classrooms, as well as galleries and movie theaters. Unilorin's research makes a meaningful contribution to both national development and global scholarship. However, statistics and rankings tell only part of the story. The true measure of this university is in its impact. Lives changed, communities transformed, knowledge applied, and service rendered. That is the Unilorin spirit we celebrate today. The teachers shaping young minds in our schools, the engineers building infrastructure that connects our communities, the civil servants drafting policies that improve governance, the entrepreneurs creating jobs and driving economic growth, the researchers whose findings advance human understanding, and the political leaders charting a course towards Nigeria's greatness. This is the foundation on which we stand. 50 years of character and learning, discipline and service, rigor and relevance. However, as American writer James Baldwin observed, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. So let us face with honesty and clarity the challenges before us. The world around us is changing at unprecedented speed. Artificial intelligence is reshaping every profession. Climate change is rewriting the rule of agriculture, energy, and urban planning. Economic globalization and its accompanying dislocations are redrawing maps of opportunity. Young Nigerians are migrating in record numbers, seeking abroad what they feel is unavailable at home. And universities everywhere face a difficult question. Are they still relevant? The implications of this rapid global transformation are stark and existential. We cannot rely solely on past achievements. The very steadfastness that has been our greatest strength can trigger stagnation if we are not intentional about renewal. The world will not wait for us. It will not slow down to accommodate institutional inertia. So what must we do? We must evolve, not by abandoning our core values, but by deepening and expanding them. We must become what I'll call a global university, an institution that is simultaneously rooted in local context and engaged with global conversation, a university that adopts international best practices to Nigerian realities, a place where students learn to solve local problems with world-class tools and address global challenges with contextual wisdom. Rooted, yet reaching, this evolution ensures that we remain true to our foundation while addressing the demands of the future. This is not a departure from our identity. It is its fullest expression. Now, what does globalization mean in practice? Let me clarify what it means, why it is vital for our institution's future. Globalization is not about pursuing international rankings, imitating Western universities, or diluting Nigerian identity. It is about integrating global knowledge with local context to create solutions that are both innovative and relevant, world-class and homegrown. For example, a farmer in Kwara State faces local challenges such as post-harvest losses, unpredictable weather, and limited access to credit and markets. Globally available tools, satellite data, modern equipment, machine learning, and mobile payments can address these issues. A local university teaches students to use and adopt these tools creatively, generating knowledge that serves local needs and sets new standards for others. We have seen this model work elsewhere and has also been successful here in Nigeria. Consider Stanford University. It did not become world-renowned by isolating itself from its local environment. It embraced Silicon Valley, building partnerships with technology companies, encouraging faculty and students to commercialize research, and creating interdisciplinary labs where engineers, biologists, and designers work side by side. The result, innovations like Google and Hewlett-Packard have changed the world. Stanford's global reputation is built substantially on its local engagement. Or consider Oxford University's Bedbrook Science Park. It is not just a research faculty or facility, as it were. It is a living laboratory where academics partner with businesses, government agencies, and local communities to test ideas in real time, refine them based on feedback, and scale them responsibly. The park focuses on challenges: sustainable energy, healthcare delivery, and advanced manufacturing, but its solutions have global application. Close to home, consider the achievements of Nigerian innovators when they are given the appropriate support. Companies like Flutterwave, LifeBank, and Farm Crowdy emerged from deeply Nigerian problems: financial exclusion, medical supply chain failures, and agricultural inefficiency. Their founders understood global technologies, adapted them intelligently to local realities, and built solutions that now serve millions, while today attracting substantial international investments. Let us commit together to realizing this vision at the University of Ilorin. I urge each of you, students, faculty, alumni partners, to join in shaping curricula, forging industry ties, supporting new research, and mentoring the next generation. Let us pledge together to apply our knowledge, resources, and network to drive this transformation, ensuring that our institution not only celebrates its proud past, but boldly shapes the future for Nigeria and the world. Let me outline what this global vision could look like across 4 critical dimensions. Curriculum for global graduates. Our graduates must be equipped to thrive in both Nigerian and international contexts. This requires us to fundamentally rethink what and how we teach. We must integrate digital literacy and data fluency across all disciplines to ensure a comprehensive approach to education. Every graduate, whether they are studying history or biology, law or engineering, should understand how to interpret data critically, evaluate algorithmic systems intelligently, and recognize ethical dimensions of technology in society. The teacher who cannot navigate digital learning platforms, the doctors who cannot interpret AI-assisted diagnostics, the civil servant who cannot make evidence-based decisions using data, these professionals will struggle in the 21st century workplace. Furthermore, we must make community engagement a core, non-optional component of every degree program. Students should spend significant time working directly with local farmers, health clinics, schools, and businesses, not as charity or peripheral service, but as essential pedagogy. They should learn by doing, by confronting real problems in context, by collaborating with communities to design, test, and refine solutions. This is where theory meets practice. This is where empathy meets expertise. This is where abstract knowledge becomes practical wisdom. We must also expand partnerships with leading global universities, not to become replicas of them, but to learn from them strategically. Joint degree programs, faculty exchanges, collaborative research projects, and co-taught courses that apply international methodologies to Nigerian case studies. These are the bridges that connect us to global knowledge networks while keeping us firmly rooted in our mission. Finally, we must foster comprehensive cultural and linguistic literacy. Our students should graduate proficient not in English alone, but also in indigenous language and, where appropriate, other global languages. They should understand the ethics of technology deployment, the dynamics of power in knowledge production, and the responsibility of citizenship in a complex democracy. To achieve these objectives, I propose we establish a curriculum innovation unit, a dedicated office with a clear mandate and adequate resources, charged with coordinating curriculum redesign, certifying fieldwork than ever before. We stewarded this institution wisely and faithfully. We honored its distinguished past while securing its promised future. We ensure that Unilorin remained not merely a good institution, but a genuine beacon of excellence, purposeful service, and enduring hope for Nigeria and for Africa. Let us lift others as we climb. Let us always remember that the ultimate measure of our success is not how far any of us travels individually, but how many will bring along with us on this journey. In conclusion, to the faculty who teach with dedication, especially my good friend, Professor Nwosu, who was my classmate in the Department of Chemistry, I congratulate you especially. To the students who learn with hunger, to the alumni who give generously, to the partners who invest strategically, to the leaders who guide wisely, and to everyone who loves this great institution deeply. Thank you for 50 years of character and learning, of discipline and service, of rigor and relevance. Now, let us build 50 more years. Long live University of Ilorin, long live Kwara State, long live Nigeria. Thank you very much and God bless.
Please make it a bigger ovation for His Excellency. Please make it a bigger ovation for His Excellency. Noble alumnus, illustrious alumnus of the University of Ilorin. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Abdul Fattah Ahmed, for such a rousing speech. Excellent. It cannot be better than this. You have set an excellent tone for today's colloquium. A round of applause again to celebrate His Excellency for sharing such deep thoughts, very profound insights. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the colloquium won from Unilorin to globalization, local relevance, global impacts. All the dots have been excellently connected by the man who sits excellently here today, His Excellency, Governor Abdul Fattah Ahmed, former governor of Kwara State. Thank you very much. So your presence adds tremendous value to this occasion. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, having heard that first presentation in this colloquium from a member of the first 10 sets of alumni of this great university, may I ask respectfully, our award of excellence today will be presented to Dr. Zacchaeus Adedeji, the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service. Dr. Zach Adedeji is not physically here yet, but in case somebody is representing him, can I humbly request that the person should please signify so that he can be seated in the appropriate part of the auditorium. If there's somebody representing Dr. Zacchaeus Adedeji, the ushers will be available to take your name and every other information, because Dr. Zacchaeus Adedeji will win the award of excellence at this Alumni Day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's day 4 of the 50th anniversary celebrations of the Better by Far University, the University of Ilorin. The university that trains students not only to succeed, but trains them also to exceed all standards and to surpass all expectations. And coming very quickly on the heels of the first presentation is another alumnus who has gone ahead to exceed all standards, who has gone ahead to surpass all expectations in public service, just like His Excellency Dr. Abdul Fattah Ahmed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite the second speaker, Dr. Adedamola Dada, to kindly stand up as we prepare to read his citation. It is my honor to invite Mrs. Temitope Folorunsho as she daintily steps forward to read the citation of the second speaker. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly permit me to observe the existing protocols. I am Temitope Folorunsho from the Directorate of Corporate Affairs, University of Ilorin, and I'm here to read the citation on Dr. Adedamola Adejuwon Adedayo Dada. Sir, okay, thank you very much, sir. I was about to ask you to be on your feet. Dr. Adedamola Adejuwon Adedayo Dada, MBBS, FMCS, FWACS, FAO Trauma, FMC, Ortho, FICS, is a distinguished orthopedic and trauma surgeon with over 2 decades of clinical and leadership experience. He currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer of Redeemer's Health Village, where he continues to drive innovation and excellence in healthcare delivery. Proud to his current role, Dr. Dada served as the Medical Director, Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Medical Center, Ebute Metta, Lagos, between 2017 and 2024, where he led a remarkable transformation of the hospital into a model of tertiary healthcare in Nigeria. Under his leadership, FMC Ebute Metta expanded its capacity from 75 to 420 beds, grew its surgical suites from 3 to 11, introduced specialized services and digital health systems, secured multiple residency training accreditations, and became the first public tertiary hospital in Nigeria to attain Safe Care Level 4 certification. In 2024, the institution won the National Health Excellence Award for Best Tertiary Hospital. His achievements at the hospital were studied as a business school case study, published by Lagos Business School and featured internationally. Nationally, Dr. Dada has contributed extensively to health sector reform and governance. He was a member of the Presidential Committee on Health Sector Reform, chaired by the Vice President, a board chairman at Ekiti State University Teaching Hospital, and has served on the boards of other federal tertiary hospitals. In recognition of his outstanding service, he received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2022. A graduate of the University of Ilorin, MBBS, Dr. Dada is a fellow of the West African College of Surgeons, the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, and the International College of Surgeons, among others. He has benefited from advanced surgical training and leadership programs in Europe, Asia, Africa, and renowned institutions such as INSEAD Business School in France, the London School of Economics, United Kingdom, and Nigeria's Pan-Atlantic University. Beyond its clinical and managerial expertise, this outstanding Unilorite is a committed teacher, examiner, and researcher in postgraduate orthopedics and surgery. He has published in peer-reviewed journals, reviewed for international publications, and delivered lectures at local and global conferences. He is also an active leader in professional societies, having previously served as national president of the Association of Resident Doctors of Nigeria and in key roles within the Nigerian Medical Association. Dr. Dada's career is defined by a consistent pursuit of excellence, innovation, and impactful leadership in healthcare, making him a respected voice in Nigeria's medical community and beyond. He is happily married to Dr. Ibironke Dada, and blessed with children. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you this remarkable Unilorite, Dr. Adedamola Adejuwon Adedayo Dada, as he delivers this presentation. Thank you.
The Vice Chancellor and his team, the Chairman of Council, please permit me to stand on existing protocol. And then, of course, I have many of my teachers in this country and many of my classmates who are occupying very high position in the university. I recognize your presence and I welcome every other person, students and the team that has followed me from Ekiti and from the Federal Medical Center, Epitemeta. Thank you very much. Thank you, the University of Ilorin, for this opportunity. I am extremely very grateful to be granted the opportunity to discuss the 8 years of work we did at the Federal Medical Center, Epitemeta, in just 20 minutes. I will respect the time, just like Senior Assessor Abdul Fattah respected the time. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the gate of the University of Ilorin, through which I walked in 1989. The aim at that time was to just pick my degree, the MBBS degree, and become a doctor, like many young men of my age. But by the time I was walking through this gate, I had picked more than my degree. I had learned quite a lot about the journey of life, and I had learned about leadership. I remember the very first meeting that we had with the then Dean of Blessed Memory, Professor Ogunbode. He distributed to us the faculty book and asked us, if I can remember, to open to page 17. On that page 17 was what was the institutional objective of the University of Ilorin Medical School. And it goes thus. It says, go in search of your people. And the presumption is that of our patients. It says, love them, learn from them, plan with them, serve with them, begin with what they know, and build on what they have. And from this, some very important foundational knowledge was given to us. The first one was the service force ITO. The second one was organization and consistency. Even in our training, we're the only medical school in the whole country at that time that had integrated approach to learning. And what that means is that when you are doing anatomy in the respiratory system, you are also doing physiology in the respiratory system, and you are doing biochemistry in the respiratory system. So even as young doctors or as young medical students, we were taught the impact and the advantage and the benefit of organizing a system in order for that system to function optimally. We were also taught resilience, and the approach to teaching in the University of Ilorin Medical School at that time was a problem-solving approach. And then, of course, the impact of our training was regularly measured through the very many examinations that we sat for. And I remember also, about 1996, after we had stayed in the university for over 7 years, we did not fail, but there was a lot of ASU strike. And we had finished our exam by about, I think, November 1996. And the university now put our graduation for January. We were very angry because it would mean that rather than graduate in 1996, we will graduate in 1997. So some of us met Professor Anjorin. And if you know Professor Anjorin, you will understand what I'm about to say. And we complained to him because we saw him as a father and as a teacher. And we said, no, you must go to the university management to move this graduation to 1996. And he said to us that whether the graduation is 1996 or it is 1997, the most important task before us today was to seek more knowledge, to seek experience, to consolidate that knowledge and experience, because the country would need our experience and would need our knowledge. And of course,
to apply the knowledge in our journey through life. And so from that, I personally realized that the leadership is not just is the ability to actually influence and guide a group of people towards achieving a common goal. So I started preparing myself, not just in the clinical education, but in administrative education. Because somehow I thought that opportunity may meet preparation. And just like I thought in 2017, the late President Muhammadu Buhari, appointed me as the medical director of the Federal Medical Center, Ebute-Metta. And of the very many congratulatory messages I got at that time, the key question that many people were asking me is, where is Ebute-Metta? Where is the Federal Medical Center, Ebute-Metta? And I had to start describing that the Federal Medical Center, Ebute-Metta, is inside the railway compound. And the railway compound is inside the Ebute-Metta in Lagos. But for those in the health sector today, I am very sure that 90% of those in the health sector today will not ask that question of where is Ebute-Metta. And so, like we were taught in medical school, we met an hospital that had its challenges. But in medical school, we were taught that no matter how bad the problem is, the first thing is to diagnose the problem of the patient. The second thing is to have a plan to take care of the patient. The third thing is to, get your team to buy into your plan. And the last thing is to implement your plan. I hope, yes. Okay. So I gathered my team together and we made the diagnosis. And the diagnoses were not any different from what virtually all the institutions at that time, and unfortunately, majority of the institutions, public, tertiary, or secondary institutions in our country still suffer today. Service failure, financial leakages, human resources challenges, lack of monitoring, absence of a strategic plan, and of course, dilapidated physical infrastructure. So, what did we meet? We met an institution with a lot of challenges. For instance, the medical records were still kept as manual. And so it was not unusual for patients to come to the hospital 8 a.m. in the morning. And by 11, 12 noon in the afternoon, you see the same woman and she's still sitting down and you ask her, why are you still here, mama? He says, they have not seen my case note. And I'm sure in this gathering, there are very many people who have gone to the hospital and have suffered this same problem. And then you ask them, okay, open a temporary case note for this mama. The mama is, a temporary case note is opened for her. And they said, and you see her again, she has not been seen. And very many of them. And you ask, what is the problem? And she says, my original case note and this new temporary case note has not been seen. So those are the kind of challenges that we faced at that time. We also had the challenges, as you can see, of dilapidated infrastructure, dilapidated processes, and dilapidated and non-functional equipment. As you can see on the slide, you had a medical laboratory that was completely disorganized, You have ward that was leaking. As a matter of fact, when we took over, the bed was supposed to be 75 bedded. It was supposed to be a 75 bedded hospital, but in actual fact, what was functional was less than 50. Because once there is leakage or once there is some power or water challenges, the response was to close that particular ward. And then, of course, the bed space kept shrinking, and shrinking. And then you had facility that could not serve purpose. For those people who are doctors, this was the accident and emergency at that time. You had a situation, if you had an emergency, the first basic rule in designing an emergency center is that when you say something is emergency, you must be able to speedily wheel in the patient. But we had an emergency that had a step. How do you wheel in a patient with a step. So those were some of the challenges that we faced at that time. There were no processes in place. Okay? You can see the red line. For people who are medical doctors, they know what the red line means. The red line means the entrance to the theater. How do you have the entrance to a theater that is so disorganized? How do you have in an hospital waste disposal that is so poor? Okay? All right, many of us may be surprised, but unfortunately, this still exists in our country till today. And then, of course, there were a lot of other challenges. Okay? You can see what looked like the pharmacy. Okay? How would you keep drugs in this and it will be functional? Okay? You can see blood that is going to be given to human beings. And in that third picture is the theater. These were some of the challenges that we faced at that time. And of course, Nigerian people were not happy with us. If you went on Google review, it wasn't us they were not happy with anyway. They were not happy with the entire governmental institutions, whether you are health or whatever, but they were especially not happy with the health sector. And the reason was obvious. If you lose somebody, you will know the impact of what it is. Okay? And so it became obvious to myself and my team, some of whom are here today. Mr. Etim, the director of admin, is here. Mr. Ayola, the director of corporate services, is here. Dr. Ogunremi, one of the external consultants that we used at that time, is here. So it became obvious that there was need for a change. Okay? It's convenient for us to fold our hands and not do anything. And the truth of the matter was that at that time, there was, it was a first time, let me put it that way, in the tertiary health system. And we said we are from University of Ilorin, where we had been trained to be organized, to be resilient, and to be ready. And so what did we do? We sat down, identified our problems, like we were taught in medical school, make a diagnosis of the problems. So we reduced our problems to 5 pillars. Basically, that of human resources, quality service, expansion of services, revenue and alternative funding, and the use of technology to drive quality care for patients. So we had our strategic plan. We met on our strategic plan. We, communicated this strategic plan to the workforce, and we set to work. A lot of people at that time, and some of them still exist, they felt it was not possible because it was a nearly completely run down institution. Okay? And so we also had our action plan. Okay? Now, we thought that, look, that it is important for us to actually assess our operational challenges. Because if you don't know where you are coming from, you cannot know where you are going to. So we identified bottlenecks. We identified those things that will limit our capacity. Okay? We also ensured that the system weaknesses across services were identified. We also defined measurable KPIs that will tell us that we are on the right track. Because whatever is not measurable, okay, cannot be changed. So we set clinical, operational, and financial KPIs to track progress and to track outcome. We also realized that we needed to phase our implementation so that when we roll out the information, we'll be able to effectively manage the risk and ensure that there is resources alignment. We also knew that we needed to carry our workforce, all the workforce along. So transparent communication was designed and implemented. And then, of course, we knew that there would be a need for us to regularly evaluate what we were doing to be sure that we were actually on the right line or not. And then we also knew that if we are to leave this institution and it will not reverse back to what it was doing, we needed to embed the culture that we were trying to build in the institution. And so rather than worry about those things that will not make it possible for us, we were more concerned about those things that will make it possible for us, the enablers of change. So we identified those enablers of change and maximally took them to our advantage. And then we started our work, okay? We knew we needed to improve our structure. We knew we needed to improve our people. We knew we needed to improve our process. And we knew that we needed to measure our outcome. And soon enough, once there's good planning, is this fellow who says that when you fail to plan, you are actually planning to fail. But if you plan very well, okay, and you are sincere and you are genuine and you are committed and you have people who believe in you, then definitely you will succeed. So we started implementation. And before long, you can see the entrance to the Federal Medical Center when we took over. Okay, I mean, if you are entering into an institution, the entrance is absolutely very important. It gives you an idea of what you are going to find inside. Okay, and then brick by brick, block by block, we started working. On the left is a picture of the theater when we came to Ebutemeta. But on the right is a picture of the theater. And today, as at the time we came to Ebutemeta, we had 11 theater suites. We had 2 theater suites, okay? But today, we have 11 theater suites. And each of those theater suites, this is a real picture. You can see even the name of the institution on the wall. This is a real picture of what was done. It's not just that. Look at the accident and emergency, okay, that we met there. And look at the one that we constructed in place of it, okay? This is the admin block of the Federal Medical Center to the left-hand side. But today, this is the admin block that we have, okay, in the institution, all right? Now, the CSSD, for people who are doctors, they know that the CSSD is the heart of the operation of every hospital. So we brought in a CSSD that was the first in the country. And today, we are the only training center in Nigeria for CSSD training. All right. I showed you, okay, this is the laboratory where the results are coming out. You can see to the left, the original laboratory that was at Ebutemeta when we came in. But we knew that the lab is the heart of the hospital. Okay, so you can see what we replaced it to. And to really understand what impact this has made, when COVID came, all right, most states would only be able to do maybe 200, 300 COVID tests in one day. And so you had a situation where people would take COVID sample and for weeks they are waiting for the result. We in Ebutemeta, when COVID came, we were able to roll out 2,000 minimum results every day. All right. Okay. And then I always show this picture because on the wall to the left was when I first became MD, a 72-year-old woman or thereabout who was admitted in the hospital. All right. And then I went to meet her. Mama, I hope you are fine. And he said, MD, look around you. How can I be fine in this environment? All right. But see what we have replaced that word with. All right. Okay. So these are also other words. All right. Okay. This is our pediatrics complex. All right. This is the intensive care unit. When we came into Ebutemeta, we had only 1 bedded intensive care unit. By the time we were leaving, we had one of the most sophisticated intensive care units in Lagos. And we had 16 bedded intensive care units with centrally connected monitors, just like in every of the world. Every patient in Ebutemeta, every patient on a bed had his own monitor. We do not wheel monitors around. And all the monitors are connected together to a central monitoring system. So these are some of the, I'm trying to speed up because I want to keep to the 20 minutes. All right. So these are some of the before and the after pictures of some of the work that we did in Ebutemeta. But it's always important, even when you are doing well, or people say that you are doing well, that you must bring in independent assessors. We, and I repeat, we were the first public hospital in this country to bring in an independent assessor. We brought in SafeCare, which is a Dutch international agency. We opened our books, including our financial books to them, to look at our books, look at our structure, look at our process, and look at our outcome so that we can be sure that we are actually doing well. And they brought out a result. The result shows that all the service elements had improved tremendously. This is the result they brought out. They also brought out that all the thematic areas of the hospital had improved very well. And at the end of the day, we became the first public hospital in this country to be granted a level 4 safe care hospital. Till today, we still remain the only public tertiary hospital in Nigeria that is a level 4 tertiary hospital. Okay. And so part of the tracking of the impact that we had made also was tracking of our patronage. You can see, as at 2024, we had increased the number of outpatient patients that we see by about 400%. We had increased the dialysis that we were doing by 1,000%. We had increased the incubator care that we were doing by 425%. And we had increased the ICU usage by 1,250%. All right. So the same thing, also the income of the hospital also had increased. When we came in, unfortunately, some of my colleagues are here. The income, because of leakages and other things, was about 13 million. But by the time we were leaving, the income of the hospital had grown to above 500 million per month. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Federal Medical Center, Ebute-Metta today, is a 450. What happens in Ebute-Metta is that drugs are put in the pneumatic system, and from the pharmacy, it is transmitted to all the wards that the patients are. So people and relatives don't have to fall sick after the person they took to the hospital has been healed. All right. But, ladies and gentlemen, the impact that we made in the Federal Medical Center, Ebute-Metta, to our mind, is in fact not the biggest impact that we made. The biggest impact that we made is the impact that we made on the healthcare system of this country, which has been recognized, okay? In Ebute-Metta, over the 8 years, all right, the automated financial model that we institute.
Prestigious recipient of the Award of Excellence for today. That is Dr. Zacchaeus Adedeji, the Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service. The Executive Chairman, FRS, is here represented by a duo of Professor Abiola Sani, SAN, and Dr. Tolu Adegbite. A round of applause to welcome them. Please, can you rise for recognition? You represent a very noble Nigerian, an illustrious accountant. Thank you very much for coming, sir. Dr. Zacchaeus Adedeji is the prestigious awardee. He will receive the prestigious award of excellence of the University of Ilorin Alumni Association today. Thank you very much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 men have spoken, and we need to hear the voice of a woman, because the voice of the women always comes with a difference. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the Amazons that Kwara State has produced, Ambassador Dr. Mrs. Nimota Nihilola Kombi, Her Excellency, the former Ambassador of Nigeria to the Netherlands, will make a presentation next as a special alumnus in this beautiful colloquium. And to present her citation, it's my joy to welcome one of the golden voices on Unilorin FM. Please welcome with me Bimbo Jaye as she steps forward daintily again to present the Amazon. Thank you very much.
All protocols duly observed. Thank you, Ma, for being upstanding. PhD, OON, CMI, United Kingdom. Her Excellency, Ambassador Dr. Nimota Nilola Akombi, was born on June 16, 1954 in Ilesha, Osun State. She attended Methodist Primary School, Ilesha. She was also trained at the Hope Grammar School, Ilesha, from where she obtained her West African School Certificate in 1972. Ambassador Akombi was a member of the pioneer set of students of the then Kwara State College Technology, now Kwara State Polytechnic Ilorin, between 1973 and 1975, at the end of which she earned an Ordinary National Diploma, OND, in Secretarial Studies. She proceeded to the Kwara State College of Education, Oro, Ilorin campus, and graduated with Nigeria Certificate in Education, NCE, in Business Education in 1979. In 1982, Ambassador Akombi proceeded to the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, where she earned a bachelor's degree in Business Education, second-class upper division in 1985. She also attended the University of Ilorin, from where she received her master's degree in educational management in 1999 and eventually capped her fascinating academic credentials with a doctorate degree in the same discipline, also from the University of Ilorin in 2004. This distinguished Unilorin started her public service career as a member of the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, as a secondary school teacher between 1979 and 1980, and thereafter joined the services of the Kwara State government as a teacher. She taught at the famous government secondary school Ilorin between 1980 and 1999. She was appointed the vice principal of Government Day Secondary School Kulende Ilorin in 1999. In March 1999, Ambassador Akombi was appointed as the principal of Government Day Secondary School Aluri Ilorin. She headed the school till January 2003. Between January 2003 and February 2007, Ambassador Akombi served as the principal of Government Girls Day Secondary School, Okesuno Ilorin. She eventually served as the principal of Queen Elizabeth School, Ilorin, from 2007 to 2008, after which she retired from the public service of Kwara State. While in service as a teacher and principal, Ambassador Akombi was a prominent member of the Nigeria Union of Teachers, NUT. She also played several leading roles in the activities of the All Nigeria Conference of Principals of Secondary Schools, ANCOPS. She was eventually appointed as Ambassador Extraordinaire Plenipotentiary of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to the Royal Kingdom of the Netherlands by His Excellency Alhaji Umaru Musa Yaradua in 2008. Ambassador Akombi competently held the position from 2008 to 2015. In appreciation of her erudition and leadership capacities, Ambassador Akombi in 2017 appointed as the chairman and pro-chancellor of the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi. Thank you, we can do it better. She also served as the pioneer chairman of the National Secondary School Education Commission. In 2012, she was conferred with the prestigious national honor of the Officer of the Order of the Niger, OON, by His Excellency, President Goodluck Jonathan. She had earlier received an award as the best student in business education throughout her sojourn as a student of the Kwara State College of Education, Oro Ilori campus. She was also conferred with the traditional chieftaincy titles of Yeye Bobani of Ijesha land, Erelu of Iyapa, and the Yeye Oge of Yoruba in Bauchi State, to mention just a few. Ambassador Akombi had earlier emerged as a winner of the Best Secondary School Administrator in the Maiden President's Teachers Award, introduced by the then President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, and on which occasion she was presented with a brand new Toyota Corolla car. She is also a Goodwill Ambassador to the Chartered Management Institute, CMI, United Kingdom. Ambassador is happily married to Dr. Sulaiman Toyi Akombi, a former provost of the Kwara State College of Education, Ilorin. The marriage is blessed with children and grandchildren. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the one and the only Ambassador Nimota Niilola Akombi, PhD, OON, CMI, United Kingdom, as she makes her way to the podium. Let's make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. the chairman of this occasion, our distinguished Senator Buhari, the Pro-Chancellor of Better by Far University, the only governor with shared prosperity, the immediate past governor of Kwara State, Dr. Alhaji Abdulfatai Ahmed, my big and senior lecturers while I was there, Professor Mrs. Turosaro, the Vice Chancellor of our Better by Far University, our senior lecturers, our guests, our students, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, please, I want to stand on the existing protocol. I was so surprised when I was asked to come and present something. How do I start presenting? We thank God that the earlier speaker said it all. But I think they will just allow me to come and say vote of thanks. I want to say thank you to University of Ilorin, and I have messages from members of my family. As was mentioned earlier, my husband, Dr. Tony Akombi, is also an alumnus. He was here for science/chemistry education for his own PhD. That was over 38 years ago. Our first daughter, who graduated 1998, 1999, and settled in UK, has always been tagged the best medical consultant in our hospital, and has been given different awards for 7 years consecutively with gifts and promotion. She's also she's also from Better by Far University. That's Dr. Mariam Balogun. So our family should just come here and say thank you and go away. By the time I was going through, striving for my PhD, I'm happy Professor Durosara is on seat. So many others should be listening to me now. Even if I can't see your faces, I want to say thank you very much. Yes, I've been a teacher. I was a teacher all my life, and I don't know why a teacher should come for any PhD course when already I'm a principal. After my master's degree, I just left everything and continued I faced my work squarely. Fortunately, now I will say, not unfortunately, my lecturers will leave their faculty and come to my school. Sorry, sir, Oga, is there anything I can do for you? They said, no, we want you to finish your PhD. But I tell them, why should I finish PhD? I'm okay, sir. And if you are a teacher and you are lucky to be a principal, that is where you are going to retire and enjoy your life. Oga, don't worry, I won't come for anything. I'm okay. They struggled, all of them, including Prof. Is there smiling. They ensured that I got my PhD. We thank God. I thank all of you. By the time they were looking for somebody, at least a woman, to go and represent By the time of our former president, Obasanjo, was leaving the office, he said he wants the best school administrator in Nigeria. He gave them only 4 weeks assignment, and I was surprised when they came to my school. It was around 6 p.m. I'd already left the school, and they said they should go and bring me back. I was at Queen's School then. They sent their own car to bring me from my home to the school. I went back and greeted them, hospitality. It was time of Mr. Beast. Can we buy Mr. Beast? They refused to take anything. They were in my office. They said they have searched everything. They wrote their report and left. That they are still going to visit 4 more schools at that night, because Baba said he wants the report before leaving the office. 2 weeks after, a letter was sent to me to come to Abuja. Abuja for what? You are invited by Mr. President. And I told my staff, okay, if I get to Abuja, they said it is Eagle Square. I don't know. I don't think I've been there before then. Eagle Square then. If I'm lucky, if I'm fortunate to have an handshake with Mr. President, I will make sure that I bring the picture and put it in my office. So all of you, if you want to touch it, you will pay for it. We were at Eagle Square. From AM till evening, so many gifts there, so many people. They were releasing gifts from gas cooker, Kia Picanto, and Kwanko. The last one was left on the field, and the announcer announced my name. As I was running to the podium, a woman ran after me and said, Madam, I didn't answer her. I looked at her. I didn't know her. She said, Madam, I came to your school. We are the one that came to your school to inspect your school. So I waited. I said, Madam, I don't know. Sorry about that. They said, okay, please continue with exactly what you are doing. We wrote your report before you came. All your staff at the gate, everybody said a lot about you. Please continue. When you go back to your state, they will do something for you. I went there. I got the handshake, the flag, and the beautiful black Tiaroba Toyota Corolla, as was said here. I tell them you want it. Don't ask any question. And okay. I told them very early in the morning that, yes, I want ambassador. And that was how I was made ambassador. And during my first term, because I didn't want to fail, because I still felt that a teacher, ambassador, how do I explain that? Within 2 months, I've brought business investors to Nigeria 8 times. Unfortunately, I normally didn't see my president, but I always see the vice president, good Lord Jonathan. You are here again, Madam. I said, yes. Why are you here? All these people, their own is about dairies. I want us to. And they have been talking about pick me, while I was in the nursery school. But I want us to know how it is done. I want it in Nigeria, not being transported from that place to this place. So I made 8 times. By the time they want to give OON, President Jonathan said, go and bring that woman that is in Netherlands, working so hard, even harder than these career ambassadors, to come for OON. That year, if you open the brochure for the honors, you won't find my picture. I was not told. I was just ordered to come for the ON, and that was how it went. I normally lead Nigerian delegates to New York every year, every December, for our African group, for our meetings representing the president. And made the best and the first female to lead all African group of ambassadors in Netherlands to US to go and search for those that have not destroyed their own, to lead them to US to check whether they destroyed their chemical weapons or not. There is nowhere, since I've been made the ambassador, anywhere we are going, they will call me to come and lead. Better by far university. If I didn't have my PhD, I'm sure they will not allow me to do all this. This story is just about saying thank you, and I feel by now I can go and sit down. Because you have done a lot. You have done a lot in my life, in the lives of my children, the life of my husband. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I think I've gone through the protocol, and let me begin by appreciating the authorities of this great university for finding me worthy of being invited to present this speech on the occasion of the Alumni Day event of the university's Golden Jubilee anniversary. It is an honor I will continue to cherish for so many reasons. One of the reasons for which I appreciate this role is because the institution has produced quite a number of more distinguished individuals who could be tasked with the duty and who will swiftly jump at it as a means of giving back to one's alma mater. I want to believe that the trajectory of my career could have been the major factor that propelled my invitation. I was a secondary school teacher, as I've said. I was a secondary school principal before I became Nigeria's envoy to the Royal Kingdom of Netherlands. I was also the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Governing Council of 8TBU, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi. I am now holding the same position in a private university based in Kwara State, in addition to being a member of the university's host community. I must say that I'm one of those who was not too young when this university was conceived. I was a student of the Kwara State College of Technology, now Kwara State Polytechnic, Ilorin, when it started as a university college, which was affiliated to the University of Ibadan. This was 1975. I'm also a witness to its growth, to what it has come to become. The desire of every young person within and around Ilorin then was to be enrolled into the university. Although it was from the Ahmadu Bello University's area that I had my first degree in 1985, my Nigerian Certificate of Education NCE, which I obtained from the Kwara State College of Education in Ilorin in 1979, as an emblem of the University of Ilorin. I eventually realized my dream, being a proud alumnus of this great university, as I obtained my master's and doctorate degrees in educational management from here in 1996 and 2004 respectively. The University of Ilorin has evidently grown in leaps and bounds. It has surpassed the expectations of its founding fathers. It is not only one of the biggest in landmass and population, but also one of the most resourceful going by the number and caliber of distinguished individuals it has produced in the last 50 years. While I was in active service, I worked with quite a number of graduates of this university. Most of them gave a good account of themselves. As a Nigerian envoy, I also came across many alumni of the university. Most of them were also credible and worthy individuals who exhibited patriotism and diligence as embedded in them by the university while pursuing their various degrees. This shows that graduates of this university are worthy in character and learning. In addition, I'm particularly excited to inform this great gathering that my own daughter is an alumnus of the university which I've told you to call before. She boasts of being one of the best, as she and other alumnus in the diaspora are excelling and doing exceptionally well. They always credit their success to the foundation of their strong medical education gained from this university decades ago. In fact, anywhere I go to, one of the institutions people often inquired about from me is the University of Ilorin. As soon as I'm introduced as a Nigerian and an Ilorin person, the next question would be on or about the University of Ilorin. They have come across the university one way or the other, and they want to know more about it. As an alumnus, I used to feel delighted to tell them as much as I knew about my great alma mater. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe that with the increasing visibility of the university at national and international levels, its greatness has just started. It has the potential of being the greatest in the West Africa sub-region and the entire continent. But the university has to do more. I want to see it regaining its reputation as the nation's most preferred. Whatever was done by the administration of the university, which made the university the first choice of candidates and parents to be returned to, the reputation boosted the morale of alumni of the university, as it also encouraged more enrollment. I have also been following the internationalization drive being pursued by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Wahab Olasupo San. It is a commendable effort, as I urge him to do more. The university should be a global player. It should have students and lecturers from all over the world. This will make it a true university where universality rather than provincialism will be a source of pride. The university should also open up for participation and cross-fertilization of ideas by and from those who are highly experienced. There are several outstanding scholars and veteran administrators and seasoned jurists who are out there and are willing to impart knowledge for the sake of it. They should be encouraged to do so. Possession of PhD is good, but should not be made mandatory for experienced people to serve as research fellow. The University of Ilorin should also appoint versatile professionals as professors of practice for the benefit of the current students of the university. We have these people among lawyers, justices, accountants, journalists, teachers, diplomats, and surveyors, as well as medical doctors, to mention but a few. These individuals would erect a bridge between theory and practice. The federal government funding is not the only criterion affecting increasing students' enrollments in different areas of learning and lecturing in the federal government-owned universities anyway. The individual university is at peace to appeal to alumni members, location, indigenous associations like IEDP, Igbomina of our Development Association, Kwara Ekiti People Unions, Nupe, Kwara North, and other notable functioning local associations and local governments. We have example of University of Ilorin Remedial College at Fufu. We can extend this to all other local governments. May I also encourage the authorities of the university to ensure that students are treated like kings. While discipline should continue to be entrenched in dressings and general dispositions for students to become responsible citizens, they should also be taken good care of through excellent service delivery. They should be treated as important stakeholders of the university that they are. That is the only way they can be encouraged to give back to the university after graduation. May I also appeal to all alumni of this university to love the institution. It is our own. We should support it. We should be its image makers. We should offer suggestions on how it can be better managed. We should endow prizes and projects in the university. We should attract projects and fraternity to it. We should make it attractive to our children and our grandchildren and their friends to come here to learn. We will be patriots if we do this and more to the number of students that can be admitted in medical courses are regulated by the federal government, which is making it stressful for parents and applicants not opportune to get admitted to the Better by Far University. I'm appealing that the government should increase funding to the university for it to be able to admit more students across courses. Once again, I want to thank the authorities of this university for this privilege. I congratulate the Vice Chancellor, staff, students, and alumni of the university on this celebration. I wish the university the best as it continues to produce individuals and ideas that will rule the world. Thank you for your rapt attention.
A round of applause again for Ambassador Dr. Nimota Akombi, OON. Her Excellency, the former Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to the Kingdom, Royal Kingdom of Netherlands. Thank you very much, Ma, for doing that excellently, eloquently, and with the grace of a mother. Thank you very much for sharing your experience and for showing one other perspective of the University of Ilorin, which is that the university has become a transgenerational university where alumni bring their children back very happily to invest their children back in the system. And in the same family, you have 2 generations of alumni. I know most of your grandchildren outside the country will have asked you to bring at least one of them back so that at least one of them would also partake of the beauty of being trained in this educational ecosystem that the University of Ilorin has become. Ladies and gentlemen, before the second intriguing segment, and I implore us not to leave, because the sharing of experiences, the second panel discussion promises to be very, very intriguing and interesting. But shortly before that, we want to present one of the awards, the Award of Excellence, which will be bestowed upon the Executive Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Dr. Zacchaeus Adedeji. It's my pleasure, therefore, to invite Professor W.B. Yaya, Director of our Center for Advancement, to kindly step forward and do the honors. Your Excellencies, Pro-Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience.
Representing Dr. Zacchaeus Adedeji, the Executive Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Services, Professor Abiola Sani, SA Head. Can we please have a round of applause for Prof? Please come up, sir. Come up here, sir. Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, sir. And Dr. Tolu Adebiye. Okay. So I have the instruction that Professor Abiola Sani, SAN, is going to receive the award on behalf of Dr. Zacchaeus Adedeji. Thank you very much. The award materials. Yes.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Presenting to you Dr. Zach Adedeji for an award of excellence. Dr. Zach Adedeji is a seasoned accountant, tax administrator, and public officer who is currently the executive chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS. Dr. Adedeji was born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State. After his primary and secondary education, Dr. Adedeji attended the Federal Polytechnic Ede, Osun State, from where he earned his ordinary national diploma OND in accountancy. He also bagged a first class in management and accounting from Obafemi Awolowo University, OAU. From the same university, this distinguished Nigerian also earned his MSc in accounting. He copped his alluring academic credentials with a doctorate degree in the same discipline from the same university in 2023. Dr. Adedeji also benefited from an executive course in economic development at the Howard Kennedy School of Government, United States of America. Dr. Adedeji has had a very stimulating career in private and public sectors. He held a managerial position at Procter & Gamble for nearly a decade. He served as the executive secretary at the National Sugar Development Council. He was appointed into the position due to his expertise in corporate tax and public finance. This erudite financial technocrat served as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State from 2011 to 2015. He was the youngest to hold the position in the history of the state. His tenure saw the implementation of a medium-term financial strategy and oversaw the funding and completion of over 200 roads and bridges across the state. Dr. Adedeji was also a special advisor on revenue to the president. He used the privilege of the position to refine the nation's revenue strategies and fiscal policy analysis. An executive chairman of the FIRS, Dr. Adedeji has been providing strategic leadership, enhancing revenue collection, and fostering a culture of excellence within the organization. Dr. Adedeji is known for being a transformative leader with a strong work ethic and humility, which synchronizes with his consistency achieved top performances in his academic pursuits. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for an award of excellence for Dr. Zach Adedeji. Professor Wahab Olashupo Egbewole, SAN, for the presentation.
Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what we're doing here today yes, the 50th anniversary
Your Excellency, the Chief Host, my learned brother Silka, my brother, the father of the day, the chairman of the day, the president of the alumni, the organizers of this program, generally, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to stand in the shoes of the chairman of the FRS to receive this award on his behalf. As you know, at his level, much as they may try, he had planned to be here physically, but much as he tried, circumstances beyond his control prevented him from being here physically. And I emphasize physically. He may not be here physically, but he's here in the spirit. Celebrating 50 years of excellence is a landmark. And it coincides with the landmarks taking place in the tax space, where Zach Adedeji is privileged to serve. I'm very happy that the stint he had as the special advisor, taxation and revenue, was mentioned in that profile. That is the office that gave him a leverage to set the tax reform in motion. By January 2026, the FRS that you know will no longer exist. It would have been transformed into a new, vibrant institution that is known as Nigerian Revenue Service. Is this a case of new wine, old bottle? No. Looking at the revenue challenges that we face as a nation and our consistent ranking in terms of tax to GDP ratio, we must create new approaches to taxation, and we also must establish new institutions. I want to assure you that the tax system that is about to debut in January is a fairer one. It's a taxpayer-friendly one. It's one that is business-friendly. I dare say that there has never been a reform of taxation in this country that is this transformative and business-friendly. And let me explain it in case there are doubting Thomases among us. The tax system in the past used to focus on those at the bottom. And what do I mean? Those in the informal sector and also those who are in paid employment. Under the new emerging tax system, 95% of Nigeria will pay no tax. The focus will be on those who are at the top of the pyramid. And what it means, whether you like it or not, is that those who God have blessed and who are also benefiting from the economy, but who have not been paying their fair share of the tax burden, will now be made to do so. And like I said, they will be made to do so fairly. In some countries, whereas the tax rate may be as high as 50%, and you can Google it. In Denmark, may be as high as 50%, but in Nigeria, after you have deducted all the deductibles, not gross, all the deductibles, so the big boys and the big girls among us will be only to part with only 25% of what they had. And we need this to develop the infrastructure. We need this to provide sound education. We need this to revamp the system. And without a good tax system, we are going nowhere as a country. Then finally, you should be on the lookout for a new tax institution, because we are changing the name to also signpost the fact that FRS is not a federal government institution. FRS, now NRS, works for the old federation. You must be aware of federal allocation. The biggest revenue source for most states is the federal allocation. That is going to continue, but we want to make the cake bigger so that what also comes as federal allocation will be bigger. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's an extreme honor for me to be a recipient of this award. We will reach out to the organizers and also do the needful. Thank you very much.
To the lecture now, Professor Abdurrashid Abiodun Adeoye to make an announcement to us.
Together we can. Today we should. This is the moment. This is the period. We have to seize the momentum. This is the University of Ilorin, the better by far university. Are we all happy? If you're happy, please stand up. Stand up and clap. Let me see that enthusiasm. Stand up and clap. Tell the Almighty Allah we are proud of the people here. I have a governor here, a senator, ambassador, professor, medical doctor. What are we waiting for? Please be seated. I am excited. Mr. Chairman, sir. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir. Dr. Sak Adedeji. A big record. I don't know, and I'm sure we are going to break that record again today. His friends get that money together. I'm not used to wearing agbada, Mr. Vice Chancellor. I need to wear it today. His friends, led by Professor Abiola Sani. I'm proud of you. So and some, you are still growing younger every day. 500 million naira donated to the University of Ilorin by his friends. Can we clap more? Let us do better. This is the moment. We have to act today. Money must come. Dollar must reign. University of Ilorin must grow from higher. Greatest Unilorite. Articulate Unilorite. Greatest of the greatest Unilorite. I will be back because now is the day I will be back. Thank you, sir. I'm much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much for the donation. Thank you, Baba Rashid. And we thank Dr. Adedeji. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Dr. Zak Adedeji. Well, Professor Adeoye will be back because he's got an assignment to do here today. And from all of this that people have been saying about the University of Ilorin, you have something to be done. It's either you come to University of Ilorin to study, and if not, you marry from University of Ilorin. And if not, you send your children to University of Ilorin to school. Just do something. Make sure you have University of Ilorin, in your story. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to listen to more stories about University of Ilorin. It's going to be brief, and I'd like to invite moderators of this, Oluwaseyi Ogbona and Dr. Barakat Raji. You're welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the VC, all protocols duly observed. You can see me grinning from here to here. It is nostalgia, like, wow, my grade school. All right, so this session is going to be very, very interactive. And it's an honor to be here. We still have one more person who is a member of the panel that is not seated yet. So I would like to call on Oyinlola Falola. Where are you? Please, can you come up and join the panel? All right, she's here. Please, can you give her a round of applause, please? All right. Thank you very much. So, go over there. Okay. Now let's get down to business. My name is Oluwaseyi Ogbonna. I am a graduate of biochemistry department of this great school. Graduated about 19 years ago, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you very much for having me. And I would like to introduce my co-moderator.
In person of Dr. Barakat Adibisiraji. I graduated in 2005, an alumni of this great university. So we are here to present to you, programs that will be announced now.
All right, thank you very much. So I would like to introduce the members of the panel. We have Mr. Tunde Olaoye. We have Professor Zaid Ademola Aderoju. We have Professor Ade Boyega Adisa Fawole. We have Professor Philip Egbe. And we have our power couple in the house, Professor Olufemi Durosaro and Professor Irene Durosaro. Can we give them a round of applause, please? A round of applause. Thank you very much. So this isn't just about, it's not just about a gathering. It's not just a gathering. It's a powerful reminder of the legacy that we share. The journey we have taken, the impacts we continue to make in our various fields. As alumni, we carry the stories of where we started and the responsibility of where we are all going to. Now, this panel brings together exceptional individuals from various walks, from the different generations that we have, who are committed to sustaining greatness and influence. We will be exploring their individual experiences, their challenges, their wins, and the lessons that kept them breaking boundaries. So I would like for us to introduce ourselves. Tell us your name, the department you graduated from, the year of graduation, what you do now, and how University of Ilorin has impacted you. So I'm going to start with Mr. Tunde Laoye. Can we hear you?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, the Vice Chancellor, standing on all the existing protocols. My name is Tunde Olaoye. I'm a filmmaker. Matric number 9815CFO22. I studied performing arts from the Faculty of Arts from the University of Ilorin, better by far, this prestigious university of ours. Right now I'm a filmmaker. I got my training from the Department of Performing Arts, University of Ilorin, a training that was anchored on discipline and forged in the fire of professionalism. My first day in University of Ilorin, I went to the HOD's office. I had a very bushy, hair on me that we called Afro then, because I felt I'm going to study a course that has to do with creativity, and I want to show myself as a crazy person. Like I see in other schools, when you see the theater students or the drama students, you see them wearing beads, cowries, dreadlocks, you see the girls scantily dressed because they are studying something that has to do with entertainment. So that's the mentality with which I came to University of Ilorin with. But immediately I entered the office of the HOD, the late Professor Ayobami Akinwale, God rest his soul. The first thing he told me was that I should go and barb the hair, that we don't do that here. So immediately I knew that there's no form of immodesty or exhibitionism where I am. So it made us know that you are not a performer until you are on stage performing. That nobody should know that you're a performing arts student on the street of the university, because you are not mad until you are playing a role where they say you are a madman. And once the director says cut or the lights are out, you are no longer mad. So we had to adopt, this conservative culture as people who are being trained even to be entertainers, to be dramatists. So there used to be a festival of all Nigerian universities where they study theater arts. we have a festival called the Nigerian University Theatre Arts Festival. So whenever we get to, I think I was in Calabar 2000 and Nsukka 2001, we're led by Professor Adioye. So we always feel like fish out of water when we are among other students learning theater all over Nigeria, because we have a bit of a discipline culture in our dressing, in our modesty, in the way we behave during the day. And other universities look at us like, are these ones really studying theater or drama? But when it's time to perform, we always wow them. And for the two NUTAF that I went to, our plays were usually one of the best plays of the festival. So this is a testament to the fact that Professor Ayo Akinwale had always told us that you are not a performer until you are on stage to perform. And this is what we carried on even to the entertainment industry now, because we always run away from controversies. We don't believe that it is until there's controversy around you that you are an entertainer or you are a performer. So even such that when we entered the entertainment industry, we really didn't fit in. When we came in, we didn't fit in because we didn't have that crazy culture of being immodest. So a lot of people went back to broadcasting, to advertising. Some even studied performing art and went into banking, and some went to do masters in other things because it was difficult for us to fit in into what we met in the industry. So it was only a very few of us that waited and said, we are not going to change that culture of discipline. We are not going to change our culture of modesty. We are going to stay in this industry. We won't let the industry change us, but we will change the industry. It was difficult. Like the VC said in his speech that we should build a tower. Some of us waited to build a tower, to build a clan, to build a team for University of Ilorin in the entertainment industry without causing any kind of controversy. And when you want to build a tower, it's a skyscraper, it's a deep structure, reinforced concrete. It's difficult. I mean, that's the stage that we are right now. Just like many people here who came for the film that was exhibited in this hall day before yesterday, Son of Iron. It was directed by me, produced by two other people from University of Ilorin, Bible Performing Arts. Majority of the people that worked on that project are from University of Ilorin. From the lawyer who was in charge of our intellectual property, to the accountant, to the subtitle person, to the music. So we are building a clan. We are not there yet. It's on the foundational stage. So we just told ourselves that because we face some difficulties when we got into the industry, we get into some places, it's OAU people, and they gatekeep. We get to some places, it's UI people. So we said, why we really didn't find too much of Unilorin people in the entertainment industry. And I think one of the reasons is because of the culture of modesty. Most people go to the entertainment industry and they couldn't fit in. So they went into other places. But some of us said we will stay and we will build a culture of where we are going to affect the entertainment industry positively without cutting controversies. So, and that is where we are today. We produced Son of Iron. We exhibited it here. It's showing in all cinemas nationwide right now. It's showing, and then we also have an international distribution from Nile Entertainment. And then very soon it is going to be coming on a streaming platform. We still hope to do more. In fact, I graduated from the mini campus. I've been on this campus for like a week now, and I'm wowed at what I am seeing here. It's like I didn't even attend university. Apart from the training that I saw, I've been to many federal universities in Nigeria, almost all the federal universities in Nigeria. And I know that OAU and ABU can boast of those iconic, architectural edifices and co. But I say without any fear of favor that I don't think I've seen a university in Nigeria that can boast of the kind of exotic topography of University of Ilorin. I mean, you need to see the aerial view of University of Ilorin, the elevations, the descension, the rocky areas and everything. We have a dam, we have water view, we have waterfront, we have a very exotic topography. And as a filmmaker who deals with visual art, who deals with something visual, I'm already thinking of coming into this place, to make a world-class film. Because I know that Hollywood goes as far as Hawaii, as far as Brazil, to get some exotic locations. And all these things we have in the University of Ilorin. So we are coming back to University of Ilorin to do more, to uplift the name of the school beyond the Son of Iron. we are already planning our next film, and we want the school to be really involved. Even in our film, the person that played the lead role in our film is someone who graduated from University of Ilorin a few years ago. It was a risk we took. He's the first student to have first class in the Bible Performing Arts University of Ilorin. We didn't know him. We were just told that somebody now has a first class in Performing Arts in University of Ilorin. And we said, if for this guy to have first class, the same course that we studied, it means this guy must be really good. And we have to make him our project. So we used him to play a lead role in a movie that had people like Shola Shobowale, Jide Kosoko, Jude Chikuka, and a lot of other veterans. We used a neophyte from University of Ilorin that has never seen the camera before to play a lead role in a cinema film. And right now, the film is getting a rave review in the cinema. People saw it here day before yesterday, and they were wowed. So University of Ilorin gave us a lot, and we are also planning to give University of Ilorin back a lot. I told my friends who are the producers, who are my co-producers, that all those big names in the entertainment industry, what they have more than us is investors and investment. But for us to attract investors and investment, we need to start doing something noteworthy. And that's what we have started. We'll ensure that people know us, and then they can bank on us. They can tell us that, what do you want? We want to invest in you. And that is what we have started, and we are not looking back. Thank you.
A round of applause once again. Wow, this is amazing. All right, so
thank you, distinguished audience. His Excellency, former Governor of Kwara State, His Excellency Dr. Abdul Fattah Ahmed is to be given an award of distinguished alumnus of this great university. Let me call the Honorable Vice Chancellor to come up to decorate the distinguished.
Alhaji Abdul Fattah Ahmed, the first and only alumnus of the University of Ilorin, so far elected as governor of a state. He earned a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry in 1986. He followed up these with a Master of Business Administration in 1992. Haji Ahmed has been Commissioner for Finance and Economic Development. He held the position from 2003 to 2009. He then became Commissioner of the newly created Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. Haji Ahmed was also Treasurer of the Forum of Commissioners of Finance in Nigeria for 6 years and Chairman Budget Formulation Committee and Economic Team of Kwara State. He was elected as Governor of Kwara State in 2011 and served 2 terms in office.
Your Excellency, Governor Abdul Fattah Ahmed, the handshake is very good, but you can help me to just replace this phrase. If I say Talo Sopa Oni Baba, tell me that Ani Baba. Governor Abdul Fattah Ahmed, Talo Sopa Oni Baba. Talo Sopa Oni Baba. You're on the podium. We await Your Excellency to please help this university, your university, to grow, sir. We want you to help you as you help us. Please help us, sir. Please help us, sir. Help us, sir. I'm on the floor.
Say Megida.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we didn't fail. Something big will come at the backyard there. Something big will come. So we are moving on. Mr. Shegun, We are moving on. Something big will come. More bigger than you expect. Something big will come.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the next question is for Professor Zaid Ademola Aderolu. Sir, I would like you to first of all introduce yourself, the department you graduated from, what you do now, how University of Ilorin has impacted you. Then, following, I would want you to also tell us what moments and achievements stands out the most. You can take your seat actually, because I allowed them to the Laurie because he's a performer, so it is okay for him to stand up so he can gesticulate. But then, Honorable Sir, you can have your seat, except you want to add some enthusiasm into it by standing up. All right, so let's have you, sir.
Yeah. Great honor to be here today. My name is Ademola Aderolu Zaid. Matric number 88/014635. I left some 30-something years ago. I did animal science, or animal production, they call it here, from the Faculty of Agric. Okay. Yeah. Coming to Ilorin, I chose the University of Ilorin because I wanted to run away from my parents. They took caring and they turned me to mommy's boy. That is the only thing. I needed to run away from Lagos and Ibadan, to be far away from them, because I remember when I was at Ogupoli, every week they come to check me, bringing me food, and I never know how to do anything. So I needed to run far away, and that's why I came to Ilorin. I got to Ilorin, then we call it Unisonu. Yes. If you come from Lagos with good skin to University of Ilorin in our days, you can be sure of what they call kotonko. When I came, I was expecting those kotonko, those tiny, tiny insects. Right, they're no more. Better off. But University of Ilorin is a place you come that you will not miss your parents. I like to give it to my mentor that trained me, adopted me as his junior brother when I came here. Professor Badamosi, I think he's sitting here. Is this still around? Or he just stepped out? He's a lecturer in the faculty. Then, if anybody, I'm a lecturer now at the University of Lagos. I looked at those ahead of me. They've made 360 transformation, right? Like the governor, he read chemistry, honorable senators are a biochemist, 360, and I wonder what is it in this university. But I quickly spotted it. The Yorubas will say, Oruko Omo Nijanu Omo. Unlike other schools with beautiful campuses, when we came then, unfortunately, the senators and others, they enjoyed the largesse. Their bed sheets were being washed for them, free food and everything. Unfortunately, 2 years to the time I came, everything ceased. Yes, and you have to manage your digestive system, otherwise you go to Maracana Stadium. Wow, for an innocent guy like me. But then, I never mind the suffering, but I look forward to it because there is something spiritual about University of Ilorin. I'm sure most of you've not taken note of it. Look at the colors of University of Ilorin, and I will tell you what each one depicts. Look at the anthem of University of Ilorin. Look at the logo of University of Ilorin. Each one has a story to tell. If you look at the colors of University of Ilorin, Ilorin has a deep blue color, a green, a white, and a golden one. What is it that each one is saying? And then you can now see what is spiritual and what makes a difference between a Unilorite and other schools. I can tell you for sure, I'm an alumnus of more than 5 institutions. Yes, I started with Ogunpoli, University of Ilorin, University of Ibadan, University of Lagos, and Ahmadu Bello University, but nowhere like home. If you have never attended this university, you are not there.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about the color before we go into other things. Let's start with the green. And what does the green tell us? You're going to see what is spiritual about University of Ilorin. Okay, I'll start with the blue. The blue makes you to be very, very calm, stable, trustworthy, right, and full of peace. That is the meaning. Go and check psychological meaning of colors. Then you wonder what these people that founded University of Ilorin, how they concocted everything together that is now making a lot of meaning to us. The green makes you natural. It makes you grow. It makes you a balanced person, and it gives you a new beginning. A new beginning. In those days, when they ask you the university you've attended, and you tell them you are from University of Ilorin, they tell you UI Annex. But today, we have produced a VC for all these other places, and we keep growing. Senator, sir, not because I'm seeing you, I never knew you attended this school, but I've watched it on Senate floor, the way you address issues without any fear. And I said, any debate like this, I'm happy to meet you today, sir. And I wish to know you better, sir. Right? That is it, when you are from University of Ilorin. People saw me, and they said, I lecture nutrition and health. And they asked, did they bond this thing with you? I said, give it to Professor Job Ate. He gave me the knowledge of nutrition. And when my students, whenever they are applauding me, I said, it is not me. It is Professor Ate from the University of Ilorin that gave me the leverage. It may be difficult for you to believe this. While I was in 100 level, the MSS Amir just looked at some of us and he said, Lagos boys, you people, he chose 3 of us and he said, you must be lecturers. And I wouldn't know where he looked into my DNA and how he came about that. And behold, today, I'm a proud professor from this university. When people see me, they said, I don't compromise. How will I compromise? When people like Baba Wokpetu taught me, Baba Wokpetu said that, how will you people make a future? The words were so demoralizing, but I made good energy out of it. He said, if any of you, your father has cars, tell him to use it very, very well, for you may not be able to buy a car. And I looked at, what kind of a statement is this? And I said, Sufiaka, that will not be for me. When they said I have to be lecturer, I looked at the lecturers and I said, I will be a lecturer with difference. I will never be poor, unlike other lecturers. And from my day one, I changed the narrative. I will never wait, because I knew when federal government sent lecturers out of quarters and they were begging, I never begged. I never looked into my salary. I went beyond it. That is the training from University of Ilorin. The 360 thing, and that is the most interesting part of it. I was only taught 2 courses in fish pathology at my 200 level. 2 courses alone. Then I was looking for a job. I attempted to pick one year, not possible. Then they asked me, what can I teach? I did animal production here. My first degree was on goat. My second degree was on cow. My PhD, my second master was on animal feed. My PhD was on chicken. And now I'm a professor of fish nutrition and pathology. How is it possible? Just 2 courses from University of Ilorin. That is not it all. I have been moderator to a lot of schools. I moderate their exams and I come for their exams. Right? I hope my university will not hear this. The questions from University of Ilorin, final year, even their 300 level questions, most final year schools in fisheries cannot answer the question, I swear by day of judgment. So, if you feel the standard of Ilorin is, because you are here, you feel the standard is no more as it used to be, it is still far, far better than other schools. I am external examiner to more than 6 universities, and I know what I'm talking about. It is always better by far. This is the man that named us better by far. I think he must be made a prophet. Yes, because anywhere we go, we are always better by far. And nobody, they will ask you, from which university? University of Ilorin. They said, no wonder. No wonder. Right? I have never seen a coward from University of Ilorin. It may be people from mini campus that did not feel it, but if you attended main campus Unilorin, your life is something else.
Thank you.
I am grateful to the management of this university.
Thank you.
I never knew there would be a day like this when I'll be invited, but then, the much you have done in my life, I give thanks to God.
Thank you, thank you very much. A round of applause for him. So because of time, I would like each panelist to please save time. We have 5 minutes each, so let us just summarize everything. I'm just chipping something about that 360-degree thing. I studied biochemistry, and now I'm into brand communications. I don't know how biochemistry and branding got to, I just don't know. So now, I would hand over to my co-moderator to introduce Professor Philip Egbe.
Professor Philip Egbe is now the next to speak for us. To speak, what inspired you to choose this university and your course of study? Professor Egbe, over to you, sir.
The Vice Chancellor, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Professor Egbe. I come from Cameroon. I am amongst the first pioneers of the International Students Association here in University of Ilorin.
A round of applause, please.
Now, University of Ilorin has been an embodiment of who I am today in all ramifications. First, as a family man. Secondly, as a medical doctor. And thirdly, as a university teacher. Now, most people did not know that I came to University of Ilorin to find purpose in my life, to find essence. I got it, and by the time I was leaving, I was looking for strategic interests that embodies medical studies. I will explain what I mean by this. For purpose and essence that I came to Ilorin for, you may want to know, many people did not know, I came to University of Ilorin having had a PhD degree, and I was already a lecturer 1 from University of Lagos.
Wow.
So when I came here, many people did not know. The few who knew was towards the end, final year, 4th year, like Professor Fawole here, they knew when I was doing housemanship. And I had to do a balancing act between being a full-time student without recognition from any person, at the same time trying to be a responsible lecturer from a university. My salary was still running while I was doing schooling here. I have started a small family, and you may want to know that my wife, who did a master's in linguistics, that is first degree and master's in linguistics from this university, of course, is an alumnus. And we were blessed with 4 children, 3 of whom are alumni of this university.
Wow.
And my son-in-law is also an alumnus of this university. Now, not to distract us, one of my alumni daughters, all of them are here, Dr. Mambi Egbe, can you just raise your hand? Yes. Barrister Besem Egbe, can you raise your hand?
Wow.
And Dr. Alfred Lionga, that's my son-in-law.
Wow.
So that was what I meant by everything about me is Ilorin. Now, I went through medical school in Unilorin as a typical student. No razzmatazz. I went underground. I finished in 1992. Did my housemanship here in Unilorin up till 1993. And in 1993, September, I finished in June, and I was appointed a senior lecturer in University of Jos, where I stayed till I became a professor before leaving for Cameroon. Now, purpose, I had had a PhD. I didn't have to do medicine, but there was something I was looking for which I couldn't find by just having a PhD. By the time I came, I finished medicine, and I was appointed a senior lecturer. Within 6 years, I became a professor of university. Now, I had taught in 5 universities in this country. I have been external examiner in 13 universities in this country before I left this country. And one of the reasons why I left this country was I was called by the government of Cameroon to come and assist in the opening of a new faculty of medicine. That is the first Anglo-Saxon English-speaking medical institution in Cameroon. So I was one of the founders of that university. And then secondly, I would say more recently, I was also asked to be the foundation provost of a new medical school, the Catholic University of Cameroon, where I was provost from 2013 to 2017. I actually opened the university and it's running. And it's on the grounds of this university that I've been trying to establish an MOU with the University of Unilorin for quite some time now. And I told the deputy director yesterday when she came to the office, to where I was staying, I told her that come rain or shine, before I leave this time around, I would like the Mr. Vice Chancellor sir to grace my occasion and have it signed. So I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you very much.
So what has university not offered for me? It has offered everything: family, education, academics, intellect, my social interactions.
Full package.
I'm sure my colleagues here, my classmates and everything will be very proud to see me here. Last statement, last thing, very important. This one is for management. There is need for us to inculcate or include into the teaching program the strategic importance of courses. If he didn't have what it took to open that institution, he would have just made a mess of it, like many other people have made a mess of everything they have been appointed to do, and that is not University of Unilorin. Finally, strategic importance. The world is getting weaponized. Any person who thought that what we do here doesn't have interest from outside should be joking. The recent events already tell us where I'm going through. Yeah. Any person who did a PhD under me, there are about 12, and then 40 masters, and then give me solutions in case that weaponization is done against you. How do you counteract it?
Okay.
The world is bad.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. We would have really loved to hear everything you want to say, but because of time. So I would like to call on our power couple. Yeah, Unilorin love story something. This is actually the best part for me though. Unfortunately I was kidnapped, but I paid the ransom. So now kidnap is the word that we use for when a senior student comes and then marries a junior student. So we call it kidnapped. So I was kidnapped, but then I paid the ransom. But daddy kidnapped mommy. She did not pay the ransom, and she's still here. So I would really, really love to hear this story. How it happened. Like how, when, and then how did you become so vulnerable that you did not pay the ransom? So I want to know. So can you tell us, how did this love story start? Thank you.
Before I will answer your question, I think I owe it a duty to say thank you and to actually appreciate our founding fathers of this university. Professor Tekena Tamuna was the founding vice chancellor, but we never knew him. He was principal, but he never reported at Ilorin. The person that took us in and really took us off was Mr. Oludaramola. He is an astute administrator. The foundation librarian, Mr. Oni Orison, needs to be remembered. He really worked assiduously to establish a standard and long-lasting library facility for us in this university that we are still building on. Also, the bossa, Mr. Oyawoye, he did not embezzle money. He did not mismanage money. He worked very hard to ensure this university was adequate. Also, I want to remember our foundation director of works, Mr. Imohiose. He was also very active. Don't forget that this university was starting from on a virgin land, starting from the scratch, from nothing. In fact, the foundation vice chancellor, on the first day he was addressing us, he talked of standing tall in the midst of rubble, sand, gravel, and tall grasses. That is to tell you the picture of what this university was like in our foundation year. And we students were struggling through thick and thin. Our foundation lecturers were housed in board-off buildings, corrugated iron sheet buildings. Wow. We had no luxury of lecture theaters. We had only lecture rooms. Former Kwara College of Tech building restructured into lecture rooms. In fact, the administrators then had no luxury of fine offices. The boardroom, not as beautiful as what we have now. It was a toilet. The toilet used by Kwara State College of Education, College of Technology students was renovated and turned to a beautiful boardroom. And that was what was used till we graduated. I also want to remember, somebody, Mr. M.T. Balogun. He was very relevant to me because he was the student affairs officer. He was a father in a million. He was always very gentle with students, and he was always up to the task in taking care of student problems. These were the men of valor. I will not forget our deans, the foundation deans we had then. 3 of them, Professor O.O. Abiri, J.O. Abiri for education, Professor Olofimboba for science, and Professor Olade Laubuliyi for arts. These were the people with which we took off in the foundation year. The process of registration, validation of certificates and so on, we had to be put in the hall. That was Africa Hall for all these exercises. We were only 200 students. And in the course of waiting, in the course of getting the papers, we started interacting with each other.
From getting the papers.
I still remember that when Bola Ige was with us, he came to give one of the lectures, foundation lectures that we had. And he was telling us his experience at the University of Ibadan. He said every evening they would go taconizing, doing ulterior. What he meant that time, for my foundation student colleagues, we borrowed that slogan from him, ulti. That was where you see a boy following a girl. Say, ulti. Or when you. So while we were doing the registration, we were doing OT, as it was called then. And I happened to meet my wife. And we started by saying hi. And on further discussion, we discovered we are from the same town. On further discussion, we discovered that our parents knew each other. His father was a policeman. My dad was a court magistrate. The policeman was working with the court magistrate.
Oh my God.
So we knew each other back at the University of Ibadan because we both attended Aberdeen School, University of Ibadan. So this brought us together closely, and we started
the OT?
Yes, the OT, not the other one. The right OT, not the
Okay, the original OT.
Yes,
okay.
And we were in year one, that's one course.
Okay.
And I discovered she was very brilliant. And when we look at, one thing that baffled me, when I looked at her matric number, she was student S113. I was student S131.
Okay, so this is typical match made from heaven.
You see? So this drew us together closely, and we were always doing things. We were not in the same department, but in the same faculty. And we shared courses at times in that faculty. And when we collaborate for homework, assignments, and so on, we found ourselves useful.
Okay.
And this brought us closer, more and more. And we were close until finally, in our final year, when I went home, and my debut mother was prompting me, so with all this pressure, I decided, since I have a promising perspective, so I had to take her home to introduce to my parents that I have a girlfriend that we may eventually have to marry. Not for me. The daughter is here in the campus. She's a lecturer. She's now a senior lecturer in the Faculty of Education. Dr. Mrs. Jeka Ifa. That girl that we gave birth to at the university here.
Wow.
And I also want to say with pride that our wedding took place at the Chapel of Resurrection at Ibadan, University of Ibadan. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Oladipo Akinkubi, was the chairman of the reception.
Wow.
The registrar, Mr. Oludaramola, took all the wedding, almost all the staff of the students of the university were at our wedding.
Wow.
One major area that made great impression in my life was my role as both student union president and later foundation alumni president.
President. Wow. A round of applause.
As student union president, I had the greatest training in leadership. And I went to high places. I was at the Dam Barracks because I was either fortunate or unfortunate to be president when this university witnessed the first student crisis, nationwide student crisis. That was the one you call Ali Must Go. To us, the crisis was codenamed Operation CCC. That's our secret name for it. Those of us, all Nigerian presidents of student union met and gave it that code when we were in the process of getting it started. And that was not a fight against the government. It was a fight to support the masses. Because they were trying to make education elitists. They were trying to increase school fees. to make it out of the reach of masses. Do you know what? At that time, we were being fed in the university 50 kobo for breakfast, 10 kobo for, 10 kobo, 20 kobo for breakfast, 50 kobo for lunch, 50 kobo for supper. But Nigerian economy was so terrible then that we thought many of us, even despite that cheap, we couldn't pay. So suddenly, the then Obasanjo regime decided to increase
the school fees.
So all presidents of Nigerian students met. We met at a dungeon in Calabar, University of Calabar, the dungeon under their library. And we resolved that extra kobo will not go pay. And we
All
made
right,
that
sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. The freshest of the alumni that we have here, Oyinlola, can you please introduce yourself? I want you to be as brief as possible. Just tell us, many alumni start their journeys with big dreams. Oh, sorry, I apologize, ma. You would like to chip in something? Okay, all right, let's hear her. Let's hear her. Our own side of the story. Abi, our own side of the story, yes.
Mr. Chapman, sir, my Vice Chancellor, I believe it's good for me to give my own side of the story.
Yes, yes.
We have leave me out.
Apologies, ma. Please forgive us, ma. Let us hear our side of the story.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I came in here as a passionate young lady looking for a university degree. I was born and bred at the University of Ibadan. My father being a worker there. That's why we came from Ibadan. And an uncle told me a university is going to be established in Ilorin because I was pursuing admission into UI. Now said that a university is going to be established in Ilorin. I said, Ilorin. Who knows Ilorin? He said, let's go. And he brought me down here. But when I got here, I found out that this doesn't look like a university. We were there when the whole place, in fact, the whole dream of a university was still like a seed, the seed that you sow. The structures were nowhere to be found. The challenges were, look, the hope of a better future. And when Professor Akikugbe, in fact, it was a university college. The admission letter we had was that of a university college. It was in the second year that they changed it to full-fledged university that became University of Ilorin. We were then admitted into the University College of Ibadan, Ilorin campus. That was it then. And when we started work, I said, this place looks like something good is going to come up. Because I was contemplating going back to Ibadan. With all the structures like he described, everything looked ramshackle and I wasn't feeling comfortable coming from the University of Ibadan. I was born and bred there. But when we started academic work, I found out that all the lecturers, the principal officers, like you mentioned them, were all up and doing. They were a crop of dedicated members of staff. And we started like that, to the point that by the time we finished our first degree, immediately after our NYSC, we went for our masters at the University of Ibadan. Half of the work that we did at the master's level have been done at the 400 level here.
Wow.
In the University of Ilorin. So the master's work at the University of Ibadan was like a walkover. Without any serious commitment, we were able to make it. And that was how we went on and did our PhD and so on. But one thing I want to quickly say, we serve a faithful God.
Yes.
It was not all that rosy. At the point he said I was getting old. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, do I look like somebody getting old?
No, old how?
I know you are my brother. You support me.
How? Old? I don't understand.
Look back, I said, wow, 50 years ago. This is awesome.
Round of applause.
It can only be God.
Yes.
It can only be God.
Yes.
It was not all that rosy or true. When the cloud of life that darkens the sky came up into our marriage, the friendship has been faithful.
A round of applause.
Thank you
very much. In fact, and now coming here this season, there is more improvement. That means that 50 billion project is possible, right? Very possible, right? And in a very near future, we are going to get there. Who believes this with me? Because we are better by far, we are going to get there. Thank you so much for helping to take us back to the past, to see our journey, and that has helped us to know where we are going. All right, so Falola, today's graduates face a different world, technology, competition, economic realities. What advice would you give to help them stand out and thrive? And also, I also want to ask how you are able to combine entrepreneurship with study in Unilorin. Azal, please, let's hear you.
All right, thank you so much, Ma. The Vice Chancellor and every member of the panel, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Falola Oyinlola, and I am a recent graduate from the University of Ilorin, Department of Nursing Science, where I graduated with a registered nursing certificate, a registered midwife certificate, a registered public health certificate, and as well as a Bachelor of Nursing Science degree. And I am very grateful, and it is such a great privilege to be seated here today as a 1-month-old baby among 50 years old adults, and being able to hold the mic and talk to hundreds of people seated in a month. So I needed something to support myself, to get more money, to be able to afford basic things that I would want for myself. And that was what made me start a business called, and I named the business after my name, called Fallows Faculty. And I was selling thrifted clothing, what everybody knows as Okirika. If you look at it, if you look at the whole, the niche of the business, the whole Okirika, we like call it ecosystem, you might think that there's nothing really big that can come out of it. A lot of people that we see that do that today majorly do it by the roadside and just little things that they do with it. But right here, I'm standing in front of you today that I am the convener of the biggest thrift festival in the whole of Africa, and it is named Katangwa Festival. If you are coming from, will I say, Tanke Junction right to the auditorium here, you would have seen a billboard of the Katangwa in Ilorin Festival that is happening this weekend on Friday and Saturday. And I am so grateful for Unilorin that gave me the platform to be able to do that. Unilorin gave me my first set of customers. My first customer was my roommate. He gave me a community of people who patronized me, and I am so grateful for that. Now to the question that she asked me, what would I tell people, or what would I tell students on how to leverage technology and all of that? I would say start early. When I started, I did not know that it was going to grow as big as it is right now, but look at it, right? This is the 3rd edition that I am having in Ilorin, and the vision is not for Ilorin. The vision is for the whole of Africa. Tomorrow we are going to Ibadan. Next week we might be in Uganda. Next one we might be in Ghana. We might be in Ghana taking the whole Katangwa Festival again. So start early, start with what you have. You don't necessarily have the perfect phone. When I started, I didn't have the best camera phone to take product pictures. I go to my next roommate. like the next room beside mine, who has a better phone quality. I beg her, she gives me a phone. I used to take pictures and I post, and that was how the business started to grow. Eventually, when it grew, I had the money to buy a better phone camera. I bought it, and today I have about 8 people working with me that I have employed.
Wow.
I'm paying a monthly salary, and I am forever grateful to Unilorin. I am forever grateful to Unilorin.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, can we all give her a round of applause? This is our product who is already making a difference. You know, she's just 2 months old and she's doing this much. Can you just have a mental picture of what she will do in the nearest future? So we can, just the way we celebrated senators, governors, giants of industries here, is the same way we are going to celebrate her in 10 years' time. So by the time we are doing Unilorin at 60, I'm sure the story will be different, right? And those of us that were here, oh yes, that Katangwa. Thank you very, very much. All right, so let me hand over to Dr. Raji.
Thank you. My question goes to my brother, Professor Fawale. As one of the ancestral chief, if you are opportune to come back as a student, what will you do differently? Now that we had structures on ground and we have good lecturers, good theater, a hall, and so on and so forth, what would you have done differently if you were opportune to come back as a student?
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if I am to come back in life, I will still be a doctor and I will attend University of Ilorin. Like has been said, doctor has given me a lot of advantages. When we came in 1978, we were the first set of JAMB. Professor Akengugbe was chairman of JAMB at that time. And my number was 78/778. It didn't look real, like has been said by the senior ancestors, that the buildings looked different from what we thought it was, because I also grew up at University of Ibadan, where my dad was a lecturer. In 1977, he told us he was moving to Ilorin because there were better opportunities, and was encouraged to go and start university with them there. I was schooling at Lagos. I schooled at Igbobi College. I thought the best I would have was Unilag, and the worst University of Ibadan. But Ilorin, so I said, where is Ilorin? Eventually, he said, we are coming. Whether you are not coming, you remain in Ibadan. You will be there. So we had to follow them. When we came, like they said, the staff quarters at the GRA was being constructed. At the time we came, there was a roof, there were windows, there were doors. There was no light, and there was no water. So we are using lantern, and we are using candle. And the university got us water through water tanker, and we survived. But each time we came, I was glad to go back to school, because I was coming on holiday anyway, because I didn't really enjoy it. And then when I was to choose university, I wanted to be far away from him and my mom. So I chose Maiduguri, Sokoto, and Port Harcourt. But fortunately at that time, there was no telephone, there was nothing. But the forms were not for sale initially. We were supposed to just get them. They were encouraging us, just fill and fill. There was so many like that. So he came and said, have you submitted your form? I said, I have. He came to the time of visiting day. And he said, what did you feel? I told him. He just went to the man in charge, took the form, and tore it to pieces. Wow. He then said, sign this one, and put Ilorin there, and that's the way it started. So when I got to Ilorin, everything had been said when we came to school. I was still thinking of going back to Lagos or Ibadan. And he said, if you are going anywhere, it's not Lagos. Because Lagos, we know what Lagos is. And then Ibadan was going to be. So I said, please, let us try Ibadan. And we were trying Ibadan. And then I met this lady that weekend. And on Monday, I went back and said, please don't try Ibadan again. I think I will stay here.
Okay. Oti.
So Oti started again at that. That was 100 level. So in 1978, I met my present wife, Oluyemisi Bolajoko Fawole, Professor of Microbiology, the immediate past Dean of Agriculture. And we started at that time as OT, and then it started going. As medical students, it was even more difficult because it was just 3 years into the school and there was nothing. There was no medical graduate to build on that. This was our mentor. We just had teachers. But our teachers were good, like they said. They poured everything they had onto us. And it was quite very nice for us. But we thought we could still join in politics, in drama, and in social life. So some of us went into drama with Professor Adeoye. Some of my classmates went into drama and they joined Bashorunga drama, and the two of them were the violent sons of Bashorunga, Dr. Shoba and Dr. Delia Begunde today. But I joined Power Niggas Club. And after the first gyration, everything was very smooth until we got the results of the first exam we had.
Okay.
Which was a blood pathology posting. We then realized that we actually didn't come to school to gyrate or to do violence of Bashanga. We went back to class because it meant that we were going to not come out as medical students, but as performing artists or gyrators. Then there was a little break, and I had to go on holidays during the clinical posting. So I went to stay with an uncle at Oshogbo. He had Onward Hospital, and Dr. Lao Shebikon. And I was working. He told me to join the wife who was a nurse. We were working together. And he saw me working, and he said, "What class are you?" I said, "I'm in 400 level. We just started clinical practice." And he said, "I thought you were a final year student, the way you are behaving." I have 2 sons. The 2 of them must come to a university. Wow. And by the grace of God, his 2 sons graduated here. Wow. Dr. Lao Shebikon. Wow. The 2 of them were Dr. Lao Shebikon. One was Yemi, and one was, pardon? Yinka. Both of them graduated from here. Dr. Yinka Lao Shebikon and Dr. Yemi Lao Shebikon. And then when he came to, after we graduated, and the VC said we should come and donate money to the alumni. I don't have money. But I looked for friends that had money. And we had friends in class that we could turn to. So from University of Ilorin, I got friends from the north, south, east, and west. And through them, we were able to donate substantially to University of Ilorin, and I'm very proud of that. Okay? My set donated substantially, and this guy also donated himself personally to this program that we are doing. For me, it's been a powerful story.
Yes.
From the beginning of no structure, but we had confidence, that's been said. We had courage and we had resilience. Yes. And it's been very, very, very nice and gladdening to my heart, part of this golden birthday celebrations and legacy. What we like to say is that what we're trying to do is to inspire the young ones that it is not all been rosy, but we are glad that where we are, we can stand anywhere. We have been many things. We have been many things, and we're still doing many things like that. And I'm glad to say that Dr. Demola Dada and Professor Philip Egbe are not only medical graduates of this university, they are the ambassadors of our college. Thank you very much.
Wow. A round of applause for that. A round of applause. Can we all give a standing ovation to this amazing panelists who had shared their stories. In fact, at a time during this storytelling, I was a bit teary because, it ran deep. This isn't just their story. It is our story as Unilorin. I used to tell people that we don't just say better by far. Evidence, they show. So I want you to look at yourself and say, I am a proud product of University of Ilorin. Hello, what was that? What was that? You say you are proud.
Can you say
I am a proud product of University of Ilorin.
I am a proud product of University of Ilorin.
Evidence show.
Show.
I did not show. Look at these people here. Is the evidence not showing? So when they say better by far, please raise your shoulder high and say, I am better by far. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And for our moderators, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for them. All right. Gradually, we are moving close to the end. And I'm re-inviting Professor Abdurrashid Abiodun Adeoye. You're welcome, sir.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in 1802, the first man to give money to a woman, the name of that man is Wakili Jethro Semeyu. In 1808, is an Igbo man, Maasi Kevin, the first Nigerian to give money to a woman. Why am I saying giving money to a woman? Giving money to a woman. Distinguished senator, sir, in the 2nd century, Greek Roman Empire, let me be specific. His name is Herodes Atticus. Herodes Atticus. Senator like you, orator like you. He was the first person in documented history to have donated buildings, theaters, hospitals, and what have you. Nobody has beaten that record. Moving back to 19th century, Dasmitej Tatar, an Indian, for 100 years of history, he donated over 100 billion naira. Nobody has beaten that record. Let me come home. Aliko Dangote remains today the highest donor in Nigeria. In the entire world, nobody has beaten the record of Bill Gates. And we have to take this reality. It is time for money. It has to be done today. I just wish we could project our innovation hub. I just wish we could feed the order. The design is fantastic. I don't know if the technical people could help us there. Now, Senator, the ISO far today, an Ogbomoso person, a proud son too from Ogbomoso. One was born 1978. You are born in 1965. And I was looking at the little gap between the age. And I know it has to be done today. The moment is now. We have to seize the momentum. Giving will never make anybody to be poor. Rather, giving will make you to be rich. Senator, sir. Distinguished Senator Dr. Alhaji Abdul Fattah Omatayo Buhari. It is your turn to stand up. It is your turn to seize the mementos. Help us to grow. It's your moment of glory. Your forefathers are warriors. They were still warriors. Honestly, we love you. We are proud of you. You are a man of honor. We appreciate the time, the talent, the treasure, the ties, and we have testimonies about you. Your turn, sir.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, I remember we discussed with you secretly, and I've told you what I will do. However, I'm happy today, particularly with all my alumnus I'm meeting here, and then the testimony. Anybody that is here today, you'll be very, very, very proud that you are from Unilorin. Look at the three speakers. Look at the testimony of all the alumnus. Look at what they were saying. Even there's a word that I remember when we were in school back then. It's today that I remember ulterior motives. Those of them that always go to the female hostel. When they were saying, they did not click me, say, oh, it's true. Well, I'm happy to be here, and because I'm touched. VC, apart from what I discussed with you, God willing, by next week, I will donate an ICT center. You can put it anywhere you want in the university. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Abdul Fattah Buhari at the National Assembly is a third-time senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and fourth-time member of the National Assembly. He was born in 1964 in 1985. He subsequently earned a master's degree in the same discipline from the Madu Bello University, Zaria, in 2009. A doctorate in public policy at the University of Abuja in 2013. Before his foray in politics, Senator Buhari served in very senior capacities, including Deputy General Manager at UTC SCOA Motors. He subsequently established his own automobile distribution company, Abadat Motors Limited, a reputable and successful venture which was incorporated in August 2000 with headquarters in Abuja.
Unilorin, the first man to have given money to a woman, Professor Duro Saro. You are the first Unilorin to do that. We appreciate you. What's the next thing? Please, let's be time conscious. That first man has sent 500,000 naira to the cover of the university. As a retired professor, please let us appreciate him. We are proud of you, sir. Always. Once the president, always the president. Mentor, better by far. Scholar, better by far. Geographer, better by far. Environmentalist, better by far. Wordsmith, better by far. Scholar, better by far. Cerebral, better by far. Professor Jacob Folonsho Femi, please come out.
The Ekiti-born Professor Jacob Folonsho Olonfemi was born into the Awotle family in Iluin, the Democratus. Of his contributions to the University of Ilorin are too numerous to enumerate. Professor Olonfemi presented his inaugural lecture in the year 2001 entitled Better by Far, a cliché that has become the name for which the University of Ilorin is known. We are saying congratulations to Professor Jacob Folonsho.
Because we are better by far. Better by far.
We are saying congratulations to Professor Jacob Folonsho Olonfemi. If you have read about JF Odunjo before, this is our own JF Olonfemi. Congratulations, sir.
Professor Moritala Awodo, business economist with a deep pocket. Deep pocket. Sir. Kind. We will continue to be proud of you, sir.
Moritala Awodo is a business economist, entrepreneur, and educationist, revenue and organizational management consultant. He is a professor of business and entrepreneurship and was director of the Center for Enterprise and Human Capital Development, Crown Hill University, now Ojaja University in Ayenkorin, Kwara State. Awodun also served on the Governing Council of the University and is presently on the Governing Council of Hikma University in Ilorin, Kwara State. Awodun was recently appointed into the Governing Council of Precious Cornerstone University in Ibadan, Nigeria, in February 2025. He was a member of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms that produced the recently enacted Nigeria Tax Reforms Act. Awodun served as the executive chairman that led the revenue process and institutional reform of Kwara State Internal Revenue Service between 2015 and 2019. He was the pioneer dean of the School of Business and Governance at Kwara State University, Malete, Nigeria.
Professor Awodun, the entire world.
Saying congratulations, sir.
The Vice Chancellor, distinguished honorees, all protocols duly observed. Yes, I'm not an alumnus of University of Ilorin, but I will have been if not for fate, because University of Ilorin was my first choice university in 1985, where I wanted to study business administration. And my JAMB score was excellent, and I was waiting in Lagos to receive or get my admission notification or letter, but I didn't get anything. So I got worried and I decided to come down to Ilorin. And I met the head of Department of Business Admin then in the mini campus, Professor Lambu, Itaro Lambu. And he took the pain to take me through the reason why I was not admitted. My combination of JAMB subjects, English, mathematics, economics, and Islamic religious studies. Meanwhile, the requirement on the brochure of University of Ilorin was English, mathematics, economics, and any other social science subject. So I was technically knocked out. But it taught me a lesson for life, and that was to be diligent. Because a year before, when I applied, and I applied to University of Maiduguri, the JAMB brochure said English, maths, economics, and any other subject. But University of Ilorin said any social science subject. So that was what knocked me off. But that lesson stood with me for life, to be diligent, to check through, to go through details. So I got back to Lagos and I changed my university to Lagos State University to study economics. So I didn't study business administration. But in my PhD, I ended up studying business administration, international business. So I was taught a lesson by University of Ilorin. Beyond that is the fact that since I came to Kwara in 2009, I have looked at University of Ilorin as a university that I adore, and I was looking forward to an opportunity to be able to contribute my quota to that university. And I think that's what has presented itself now. The project that the university wants to do, which is the Innovation Hub, is actually in my own area of specialization. And the need of the university to raise money for that project is also my profession, which is revenue management. So my commitment to the university today goes beyond what I am going to put into that project as a person or as an organization. But I'm committing to the university because I look at the fund that the university is trying to raise, 50 billion. And I began to look at it and I said, the university is even underrating itself. The university should be talking of raising 500 billion, not 50 billion. But be that as it may, 50 billion is what the university is looking at, particularly that project. So I am committing to that project from the beginning to the end to ensure that that project is completed. How that is going to be done, I don't think I need to be asked, but I'm going to continue to relate with the VC and the university management. But in my lifetime, in the next 3 to 4 years, I am committing to the fact that that project is going to be done, and I will be a significant part of it. Thank you very much.
We are proud, sir. We are grateful. Freedom fighter, arise woman, and I call Dr. Joe Okeodumaki. It is your turn, ma. Radical activist.
Dr. Joe Okeodumaki has traversed courageously where many men feared to tread. 1987 from the University of Ilorin with a Bachelor of Arts with double honors in English and education. She returned to the same university for her MAD in Guidance and Counseling in 1990 and her PhD History and Policy of Education in 1996 respectively. Dr. Joe Okeodumaki has over 30 years experience in human rights work in Nigeria. She cut her teeth in activism as the Secretary of Women in Nigeria, Kwara State, from 1988 to 1991, and the Coordinator of Women in Nigeria, Kwara State, 1991 to 1996, Chairperson Rethink Nigeria, 87 to 1992, and Chairperson Committee for the Defense of Human Rights, Kwara State Branch, 1990 to 1996. Dr. Joe Odumaki is the President of Women Arise, Oluyinka Odumaki Foundation, Chairman Task Force of the Citizens Forum, Spokesperson, Coalition of Civil Society Organizations, President, Center for Change, and convener Nigerians Unite Against Terror, under the aegis of Women Arise for Change initiative. She has handled over 5,000 cases of gender-based violence, helping victims to seek redress in court, as well as rehabilitating some of them. Dr. Joe Okeodumaki has received over 935 awards, locally and internationally.
Solidarity forever, for the union make us great. Wait. In Africa, in Soweto, your voice.
She is a member of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR. Congratulations, Dr. Joe Okeodumaki, MFR.
I'm the Vice Chancellor, a distinguished Senator. Prof, I salute distinguished ladies and gentlemen, great Unilorites, of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest, my lecturers. It's humbling to be here today. It's humbling to be here today, and I didn't know I would come at all because I had thousands of programs. So, but I'm glad to be here and I'm on the move. This award is 938 awards that I'll be receiving. But this one we are done a very special corner in my office, and it's tonic for me to do more. A lot of people are talking about this innovation hub. One, I dedicate my life. That is one. Anything, anywhere you want me to be, I will go. And I know a few people that one can speak with, and they will deliver. But I'm still going to do my own bits through Prof. Because people will say stock is very cheap. we must walk the talk. Time is fast spent. But I want to tell you that there is strength in unity, in ending. During the slave trade era, a Guyanese planter and his friend exchanged correspondence. And his friend said, how do you keep all these slaves under your control? He said, we simply keep them divided. The more united we are as Unilorites, the more we are committed. We are going to arrive at that pedestal that we are already the best, that will attract respectability. I greet you. I thank you very much for this rare opportunity. Prof. Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Thank you. I'm honored. I'm humble. Thank you. Solidarity forever.
Congrats, Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Medical Center, Ebute Metta, Lagos, between 2017 and 2024, where he led a remarkable transformation of the hospital into a model of tertiary healthcare in Nigeria. Under his leadership, FMC Ebute Metta expanded its capacity from 75 to 420 beds, grew its surgical suites from 3 to 11, introduced specialized services and digital health systems, secured multiple residency training accreditations, and became the first public tertiary hospital in Nigeria to attain Safe Care Level 4 certification. We're saying congratulations to Dr. Adedamola Adejuwon Adedayo Dada.
Doctor, your voice, sir. Your voice.
Thank you. Okay, well, the man who is in charge of money has insisted that I speak for at least a minute. So my speech is going to be very simple. I'm a civil servant, so I may not be able to, because my ambition is actually to beat Grand Ancestor Buhari, but it's obvious that defeat is not going to come today. I wanted to beat the record that you have set, sir, of building an ICT, but it's obvious that that is not going to come today. Tomorrow is another day. I pledge, sir, that I am going to get across to the committee. Thank you very much.
We are grateful, sir. Ambassador Nemota Nelola Akanbi, your turn, ma.
In 1982, Ambassador Akanbi proceeded to the Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, where she earned a bachelor's degree in business education. She also attended the University of Ilorin, from where she received a master's degree in educational management in 1996, and eventually capped her fascinating academic credentials with a doctoral degree in the same discipline, also from the University of Ilorin in 2004. This distinguished Unilorite started her public service career as a member of the National Youth Service Corps as a secondary school teacher between 1979 and 1980.
Is going to receive his award for that ambassador. Thank you very much.
Can we have the short citation of Ambassador Apollonius Agev. If it's not available, no problem.
Ambassador Apollonius, a former Deputy Director General Operations, National Intelligence Agency, and ex-ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, he was eventually elected to the Federal House of Representatives between 1999 and 2003 to represent Irebe Okitipupa Federal Constituency in the 4th National Assembly. He was chairman, House and Representative Committee on Poverty Alleviation and Community Development for the 4 years he worked in the National Assembly. He served as a member of the Presidential National Core Team that drafted Nigeria's poverty reduction strategy papers. In September 2018, President Muhammadu Buhari approved his elevation as the acting executive chairman of the Federal Character Commission. He is the first Southerner in the 26 years of history of the Commission to hold such an enviable position. The position he held until August 2019, when he completed his tenure at the Commission. At present, he is a senior partner with Howard Solicitors, a firm of legal practitioners and consultants based in Abuja and Lagos. We say congratulations to Honorable Dr. Abayomi Sheikh.
Distinguished awardee, ladies and gentlemen, sir, I want to appreciate the university profoundly for this award. I left the university about 37 years ago, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to see the development that is going on here. On this note, I will do a modest sum now and also get back to Professor Dada. No, that's not sir. I thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir.
We are grateful, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you very much. Next on our list is DIG.
Pants of Nigeria was born in Okene in 1965 in the present-day Kogi State. Olofu served the Nigeria Police Force in various capacities, covering almost all the departments of the force. She was a staff officer welfare, a department. She also served as Assistant Commissioner of Police Establishments in the Office of the Force Secretary. She rose through the ranks to become a Deputy Inspector General of Police as DIG ICT, and she eventually retired as Deputy Inspector General of Police on the 3rd of March 2025 after putting in 35 years of meritorious service to the country. We're saying congratulations to DIG Olofu Adetutu Rhoda, retired. Of Lagos State University, Ojo, where he rose to become a member of the institution Senate at the age of 29.
If I know why he's not here, it's because something actually held him back. He's someone that is very, very passionate about anything Unilorin. If he hears that you have an alumnus, he will go to any length to satisfy you. I won't be able to announce any figure, but I'm very sure he will be sending this.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Ali Audusani, the Vice Chancellor of Amman Pategi University. On behalf of the BOT, Council, staffs and students of Amman Pategi University, we present this token to our mother and Pro-Chancellor, Chairman of Council, Amman Pategi University. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as we celebrate the legacy of service of Dr. Mrs. Nimota Akombi. Well, Dr. Okweoluwa Sotonwa steps up to the podium for the receipt of his own award as a distinguished alumnus of the University of Ilorin. Dr. Okweoluwa Sotonwa, distinguished legal practitioner, step up to the podium. He is represented by Dr. Barakat Raji. Thank you very much. While Major Dr. Yakubu Musa Sukam, Major Dr. Yakubu Musa Sukam, please step up to the podium. The spotlight of honor is on you this afternoon as your university honors you. Major Dr. Yakubu Musa Sukam, a distinguished Nigerian, please step up to the podium. Today, the spotlight of honor is on you. You stand on a pedestal of glory, a pedestal of honor, as your university honors you as a distinguished alumnus of the Better by Far University.
Physics. He earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Physics from the University of Medjugorje in 2007 and further obtained a Master's of Science and doctoral degree in Physics from the University of Ilorin. Dr. Sukam is a certified flight operations officer from the Nigerian College of Aviation Technology, Zaria, and holds a license in flight dispatch from the Nigerian Civil Aviation.
Is beaming with all smiles, sunny smile, young, handsome face. Major Dr. Yakubu Musa Sukam, your university is glad to honor you today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, Vice Chancellor, sir.
Yes, sir.
Drawing the rear on the list of awardees is Professor Philip Egbe. Professor Philip Egbe, please step up to the podium.
Yes, sir.
As you stand as a strong testament.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am Dr. Yakubu Musa Sukam. For me, I am home. I really thank God for this great opportunity, sir. I remember in 2012 when I came to Ilorin after passing out from the Nigerian Defense Academy. I moved to Professor Falaye, the then head of department physics. And as confused as I was then with my Bachelor of Science degree, I came for counsel. And right there he put me through, and today I am a testimony. And I really want to say this, that by the special grace of God, I represented very well the University of Medjugorje, University of Ilorin. Sir, I am one of the focal point officer at the Nigerian Army Headquarters, Department of Transformation. And I remember my conversation with Professor Falaye then. He guided me through and told me exactly what to do. And it is by virtue of that I specialize in atmospheric physics. And today I'm a licensed flight dispatcher and also currently a student pilot in Kaduna. I have a very big support, and I want to pledge my commitment as a researcher of the Nigerian Army to the Innovation Hub. I am currently in Abuja for a program. I have to come here because for me it's a home. I pledge my expertise to the innovation, and I have a token that will get to the university through the committee. Thank you very much, sir.
Professor Philip Egbe, please step up to glory as your university honors you today as a distinguished alumnus. Professor
Egbe also holds a PhD in physiology and a postgraduate diploma in pre-hospital and emergency medicine. He also possesses certifications in X-ray operations and radiation management, as well as in several other relevant areas. This seasoned medical doctor and educator has acquired extensive experience in medical education and training in Cameroon and beyond. As a professional medical doctor, he is always interested in producing more doctors. Professor Egbe joined the academia and started as a graduate assistant. He progressed through the ranks and eventually attained the prestigious rank of professor. We are saying congratulations to this distinguished Unilorin, a member of the Physiological Society of Nigeria, the West African Physiological Society, the Association of African Physiological Society, and the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, as well as the Cameroon Medical Council.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, once again, I'm so glad to be here. I find it a matter of high honor to be given this award, and I will take it home in all gratitude and show that the University of Ilorin is an institution worth studying from. Testimony is there that my full family is from there. I would also like to use this opportunity to quickly chip in that your provost here, Professor Alabi, was my student in Lagos. So after I was introduced, he came behind and told me that, oh, Prof, you remember you taught me in Lagos? I said, oh, it's a long time ago. But I'm glad to know that at least the provost was one of my students. We are teachers, basically, and we don't have the financial flamboyance many other people will have. But I will make my little chip through the committee. Professor Mokwolu here, we had a very useful association when I was in Ilorin. When I was in final year medicine, he was my senior registrar. So I've come back to see him here. I'm so glad. I will get through the committee to the university, and there's no doubt I will do something about it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Professor Philip Egbe is evidence of the international flavor. Chairman, Senate Committee on Aviation. Distinguished Senator, sir, for the chairman's closing remarks.
What a day. Really, really what a day. The Vice Chancellor, the Pro-Chancellor, professors, and the awardee, and all the alumnus here present, including the student, I say congratulations to all of us. 50 years is no joke. 50 years is no joke. We thank God that we are contributing today. We are saying our experience 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years to come. Other people will come here to come and testify. Like I said earlier on, whatever you are doing to or for your university, remember that the foundation of wherever you are now, you got it from here. So whatever you are doing, you are only paying back little that you have gotten. I pray and appeal to each and every one of us to see it that it's not only a senator or House of Rep member or a minister. The little you can even give, you as a teacher, is something that will go a long way. We are not born equal, but we can serve this institution and improve on what other people have been able to lay down. I say thank you very much, and I wish every one of you Johnny Mercy back home. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Abdul Fattah Buhari. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite the...
It's done. So, I think I'll just start by saying thank you to all of us in this hall, on this side of the divide, where we have the chairman of this special event, and we also have our Pro-Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor, all protocols duly observed. I think we thank you all that are on this side of the divide. You are also very important, as well as every other person that is with us here. We thank you for coming, but I will just chip in a word. My matric number is 77/247, and we are also lucky that this special event has been graced by the foundation president of the University of Ilorin Alumni Association, and the current president is also here to to really drive the event. So we thank God for that, and I think we are lucky as a group to have this caliber of people that have served Nigeria in various capacities, and what they have promised us in respect of the project that we are talking about, we are really happy. We are really, we are really in a very good mood.
Shall we take the national pledge? I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend our unity, and uphold our honor and glory. So help me God. 3 happy cheers for University of Ilorin. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Thank you very much for coming. It's been wonderful having you.